So,
Yeah, so thanks. Kesho usiku last.
sorry, I have series.
Nine.
Sorry.
Kuna mtu anatoka kwa hiyo gari anasema hey, yani hadith was just a little bit different. Tapale kwa kilori hizi zile za exhaust ka break tu kama kwa chakula naenda ka break tu. Alafu ile gari za siku hizi zinakuanga wii.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Jacqueline. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, my voice didn't get any better, unfortunately.
Yes, sorry.
Dixon should be with us soon, I think. And yes, I read about Tindy. He's going to be a little bit late. It's not a big problem. So let's wait for them another few seconds. I'm going to get a paper towel. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, it is bad. It is bad because, like for example, the cost of living in terms of food, basic food like flour, oil, the prices have gone up tremendously.
And this is there any feeling that that the pandemics is that the cause of this, or how do people explain this kind of stuff, this situation?
Okay, what I've heard is that the government is trying to plunder as much as they can before they leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So is there, are there rumors about plunder meaning it's corruption, or do people think about speculation and buying stuff in general terms to sell it at higher prices later?
I want to think they're regulating the items that are necessity. So once they regulate, they have a hold of it. There's nothing much you can do. It's just like for the fuel crisis. Yes, it was global, but at some point there are stations that you'd see expatriate cars and they go fuel, but when you go, they tell you there's no fuel. So to a degree, it's like they're holding also back. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's probably going to be an interesting factor in voting decision. Do you think this is helping Ruto?
But he's blaming the handshake. Actually, he came out open and said he's blaming the handshake for the economic failure.
Sorry, who is he blaming? Who is he
The
blaming?
handshake between the president.
Yes, okay, yes.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Then I think at the same time now they throw back the blame to him. Say you've been in government for those 9 years. Why haven't you done something?
Okay, I see. Well, lots of blame going on as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know something about that. There's been an election in France a few days ago, maybe 10 days ago. It was a legislative election, and it was quite an earthquake. The president, who is maybe has something in common with Ruto in some ways. He was part of previous governments as a minister. He was also part of the economic establishment. He's been, like many leaders in Europe, he's been working for banks, namely Goldman Sachs. And but he was elected on in the past two presidential elections ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, on his claims of renewal, and it seems that the people perceive that he has failed to deliver in terms of this renewal since when he got to power. There has been another chapter in this economic contraction that France is experiencing. Maybe not in general terms, the GDP is not negative, except maybe for one of the COVID years, but the feeling the people have, and also the data is confirming that the middle and lower classes are getting less and less, and there's a minority of rich people who has significantly increased their income. So the last election was a triumph for the extreme right, far right party, who almost tripled their votes, and are now at something like 20%, which is pretty big. And then also the Macron, the president's party, was still the first party, but they lost the absolute majority. So it will be hard for them to manage the country, because the rest of the votes went to the far right, which was Macron's adversary at the presidential election. So it's hard to think that they will make a deal with these guys. And the rest went to this leftist coalition, which is also quite unprecedented and managed to rally quite a lot of consensus. So the situation is particularly unstable over here right now. We'll see how this goes. But there's a lot of I mean, maybe, I don't know, I hope Ruto is more sincere than Macron in his instance and will to renew politics in Kenya. But there's a lot of things in common between the two. And also the fact that there's one thing I wanted to ask you about Ruto, then we will start. Does he have any, who is endorsing him in the in the Kenyan establishment? Does he have any supporters among the economic elites, or also among religious and other leaders who might be influential?
Dixon, what do you think? Who are Ruto's endorsers?
Sorry?
No, I was asking Dixon to go first.
Pardon?
What do you think? Who are Ruto's endorsers? Who are endorsing Ruto? Who are like funding his campaigns and?
It's not quite clear because it's not like Raila, who openly is being, like endorsed by the states. But for Ruto, it's not really clear to know who is funding him. Okay, there was a rumor that the reason why he chose Gachagua as the DP is because Gachagua is loaded with money. Like he needed the financial muscle. That's why he opted for Gachagua over Kindiki. So some people are saying Gachagua has a stake in funding the UDA political affiliations and their political aspirations. So for Ruto, it's not quite clear to know who is really funding him.
Like
Okay.
for me, I think also he has a lot of business. So I believe his own business also is helping him push through. Yeah. But also I don't know why there's always that narrative that when a politician goes abroad, let's say to the UK or to the US, they're going to ask for funds for the campaigning, and because he's made frequent visits to the US, so you wouldn't know openly his source of campaign money where it's coming.
Do you know if there's any regulations about funds, campaign funds coming from abroad to Kenyan politicians?
It wouldn't come like in a direct channel, like it will come to his account, it wouldn't be
Yes,
traced
okay.
in that manner. Yeah.
There would be someone in
But
Kenya.
definitely there is international aid in terms of financing the campaigns. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. This is really unfortunate. I hope you manage to understand what I say. If there's any problem, just stop me and let me know. This is unfortunate and also weird because it's really warm over here. So I got this thing, it's like in the winter and then it's 30, 38 degrees outside. Anyway, today we're going to take care about the mission part of your work. I'm still wondering whether we should wait for Tindi or not, because it kind of makes sense for him to hear what we have to say about this. I think he shouldn't be that far, but I don't know where his kid's school is. So he could be there in moments or maybe not. I was also wondering, maybe, yeah, maybe I think maybe we should wait for him and find something else to do before he gets there. I think what could we actually do? We could try and understand where missions will be conducted. So to start with the easy part, let's start with Dixon, who is in Nandi County already. So I think that's why also we chose him, and we also decided that he was going to attend the briefings from there, etc., because he's going to be our eye and ears in Nandi County. But Dixon, I still wanted to understand from you, because I gather that Nandi County is pretty big, and uh, and where are you planning to conduct your missions? In Nandi Hills? Is that where you're based, or is there any other place that you think might be of interest?
There are a couple of places where they are of interest. Like in 2017, while doing the research with Chloe, we went to so many places because people react differently to the elections in Nandi. Like the people closer to town have a different perspective, and then there are people who are Nandis, who are Kalenjins, and they live away from the towns. And then there's another aspect of, like the we used to call them foreigners, like people who are from different tribes and different places who came to work in Nandi, specifically for tea, because Nandi is known for tea production and coffee production. So the place of interest also is determined by the foreign people. For example, the people who pick the tea and the coffee are not Kalenjins, but they have a stake here in Nandi because the companies are here, but they may have different perspectives regarding their political opinions. Because now some may be leaning towards maybe the Raila's team because they hail from Nyanza, but they work in Nandi. So Nandi it's huge, and there are different places that they are far apart, but they are very of key interest because even in Nandi itself, with the history of Koitalel, people are really trying to see if the leadership will stem from uh, the traditional belief that this time uh, Ruto, who shares the name somewhere with the leader, our Nandi leader, people want to see if he's the chosen one. I don't know if you get my point. So there's an aspect of the cultural perspective with the Kalenjins here. There is a perspective of the foreigners who still have a stake in the elections, and then now the people in town themselves. So Nandi is huge. I know I'll not be able to go to all the places, but it would be very, very interesting to try and sample different places here in
Yes.
Nandi. Yeah.
I think maybe you should try and choose. Um, yeah, I would say two places. I don't know, because it is also interesting to conduct your repeat your mission in the same place, maybe before and after the vote. But I don't know. We will talk about this again if you want, because surely what you say is very important. Also, I mean, multiplying the geographical scope of what you're doing is also probably very interesting. I think because unless there is a scenario where you can be in two of these representative places on the same day, but that could be really hard. I think that we should be planning things a little bit carefully with you. Um, I mean, I guess you were mentioning that where do all these, where do the foreigners concentrate in terms of living? Where do they live?
So with the case of the foreigners, we have different companies for tea production. So their population is concentrated near the tea companies because they have facilitation for housing. So
Okay.
and then
Are
this company.
the no,
Pardon?
sorry, are the company based I mean, Nandi Hills is the big town, is what you call the town, is it?
Yeah. Nandi
Okay.
is the big
And
town, and then there is Kapsabet also, still in Nandi,
let
which is
me pull up a map.
okay.
Um, and are the companies are not particularly in Nandi Hills, are they?
No, not
No.
particularly in Nandi. There are some in Nandi Hills, but also in different locations. And then there are
Okay.
some companies also in Kapsabet, but in different locations because the
Okay.
companies are farther away from the town.
Yes, of course. I guess they own land in different parts of the region, and that's where their factories are based, I
Yes,
guess.
yes.
Okay. There's a place called Nandi Hills in India too, apparently.
And then also, what will be interesting to note from my end is the way the foreigners usually travel when it's close to the electioneering period. Some, when it's close to the voting period, some of them stay behind through the voting period, but some usually a week or two before the voting exercise, some prefer to go away home, go back home with all their belongings for the fear of,
Okay.
maybe there could be an election or something. So it's for my case also, it's very interesting to understand the mood of the people 2 weeks before the elections. Like what
Yes.
or what causes the anxiety on their end.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do you think many of them get the right to vote where they work, like in Nandi County or not?
Yes, they do, but out of their personal choices, most of them usually prefer to go back home, to go vote
Okay.
back at home. So it's very interesting to know and ask about what causes the anxiety to leave. Why can they vote for the people they prefer while still being in Nandi? Because a person works here. There are people who have worked in Nandi for over 20 years, but every time it comes to the election period, they go back to vote back at home. So the question really is, what really causes the anxiety to these people that they cannot really vote or they cannot trust the place they are in?
Okay, okay, I see. It's very interesting, and the region looks really massively cultivated. I mean, it's yeah. I was looking at the images from the sky. Um, so just to be sure, one thing that we expect the Kalenjin in Nandi County, but also elsewhere, to massively support Ruto, do we?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Okay, thanks,
But
Dixon.
also, let me add on something. Also,
Yes,
some of the Kalenjins uh, are not going to vote for Ruto. So there's a percentage who are against Ruto, and then there's a higher percentage who are for Ruto. Yes.
okay. Some of them still have an allegiance, let's say, to the old old political leaders,
Yes, because
or
for a
do they
particular
just not trust? Sorry. Go ahead. Sir.
particularly most people don't trust Ruto because they view him as he has been in government, but he has not brought developments back to Nandi as people think they deserve. So some people are really against him because they have not seen developments on the ground. Like I was telling Sue and the other members yesterday, like in Nandi County, for example, there are the factors or I would call them political things that politicians use to get political scores. For example, in 2013 and 2017, there's a particular road in Nandi whereby every senior politician who comes pledges that he or she will build a tarmac. And then people vote them in, 5 years go by, and they're not voted. Yeah, they don't do what they pledge to do.
Yes,
And
I see.
recently, the town is being renovated. So people are still asking whether is it because of the elections that are coming, or the national government, the county government is really trying to develop Nandi Hills as a town, because it's a month to elections and now they are trying to build roads within the town. So these factors are very interesting to ask around and know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is in power locally in Nandi Hill, in Nandi County?
As a coalition, or the UDA political, the UDA is the key political group. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dixon. I think it's all very interesting. I think we will particularly have to work on your recommendation to start the missions a little bit early compared to what we usually do. I mean, 2 weeks at least for the votes. We will organize your first mission maybe starting from mid-July. We will decide it together. I'm saying all this because one other aim of our briefing sessions is to decide where and when each one of you is going to conduct his mission. I'm speaking namely for Tindi, who just arrived. And we have to somehow choose our mission area according to also to what we will consider our plot hypothesis. In the case of Dixon, it's pretty obvious that it falls automatically to what we are looking at, particularly because sorry, because the area is somehow connected to Ruto because of the people who inhabit it, but also these foreigners who come and work and might have a different political allegiance, and also the mistrust that has that is the result of these years of Ruto sharing power with Kenyatta, but not delivering, or at least in the people's perception, not being able to deliver enough in terms of development and what he had promised. I'm sorry, do you understand what I say? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so maybe we could continue. I would like to continue this. We call it tour de table in French. Everybody speaking in turn about where and when he thinks it would be useful to conduct his missions. So, Susan, for example, what do you have to say about this in terms of your missions?
Yeah, I wanted to look at people really forget about other people. Look at just the major communities like the Luo, Kalenjin, Kikuyu. But it will be interesting to know a perspective from the Hindu community. And what is the perspective? What do they fear the changes? Who do they trust more? Because for them, there is unbiasedness. They are neither too extreme on either end. So that's the first mission I want to conduct. Their perspective on, because they've always been loyalist to the government. anyone that is in government. So for them, I believe that anyone that is in government is who they will side. It won't be like they don't have like a preference. Maybe they just observe. I would want to know their take on politics. The second one, I would also want to look at the communities and the coast area. There are particular tribes that are really not considered Kenyans, but they're Kenyans, especially in areas like in Mombasa. There's a place called Kisauni. So majority of the people there were immigrants from Malawi, Namibia, from the southern Africa. So if you check the history of how the Bantus came into Kenya, most of the settlers from the southern countries like Namibia, Mozambique, who came and intermarried into the tribes in Kenya. No, most of them have lived in the coast area for a very long time, but they're still not considered as Kenyans. And most of the issues are also surrounding land ownership and just recognition as Kenyans to be Kenyans. And even if some years have been given like identifications to vote because they identify as Mijikendas, Giriamas, because those tribes are also considered Kenyan tribes. But there are so many intermarriages and so many tribes in the coastal area that have never been given, especially title deeds, and they've been there since pre-colonial times, but they've not been considered as Kenyans. So I also want to check on that, like the minority groups in terms of
Yes.
the election.
It sounds very interesting, but I have a question. I mean, going to the coastal region is going to be a big trip, or not?
No, it's not going to be. It's not going to be a big trip. It just needs 1 week of thorough observation and coming back. It needs 1 week. Doesn't need, and then it's just follow up through the internet.
All right. Okay. I was going to add something before Tindi and Jacqueline speak in turn. It is as far as the choice of the mission area is concerned, there are several factors we have to take into account. One I already mentioned, and it is how it can contribute to work on our plot hypothesis. The other factor is also, well, obviously there is a number of logistic constraints. As you know, the budget is not very big, so I'm not going to ask you to go too far on this. Well, you know, there are also possible scenarios where a mission for our project can be combined with some traveling or something you have to do in a particular place because of your job or anything else you need to do. And another factor which I encourage you not to underestimate is how easy it is going to be for you to get in touch with the people in the mission area. I mean, you will have to obviously do some observation work, which is possibly easier to conduct because you just have to walk around, check things out. So as long as you don't really stand out as somebody incredibly different, it's not gonna be a problem. But then as far as the interviews are concerned, you will have to manage it and get the confidence of the people you're talking to. So these things are very different from one country to another, from one place to another within a country. So I'm not here to tell you where to go or where not to go, because I wouldn't be able to do it. But please keep these things in mind. And I don't know if Jacqueline and Tindy, you have already thought of particular places you would like to look at. And there's another factor. We are not here to prevent you from voting yourselves. So one of your missions will have to be conducted on the voting day. So if you decide to choose as a mission area a place which is far from your polling station, it's going to be difficult or impossible for you to vote. This is not something that if you're, depends on your, it's your choice. But if you tell us I have to be there because I have to vote, nobody's gonna say no to that. We also tend to encourage conducting repeated missions in the same place. It doesn't have to be this way, but like for example, what Susan was mentioning, at least make a peak in the coastal region would probably be something very interesting to do. I guess it's going to be pretty hard for her to go there 3 times with the budget we have. So in Susan's case, and also in Dixon's case, as he was saying earlier, we might choose different areas, and then obviously you have 3 missions to do. So if there's 2 areas, you will be able maybe to visit one of these areas twice, and the other one will be only once. So I'm saying all this because there is also an interest for us in seeing how things change throughout the electoral period, the 3 phases that we are looking at before, during, and after the votes in the same place. So voilà. Let me know what your thoughts are about this. Maybe I would start with Jacqueline this time. Not to disfavor Tindy, but to hear her voice as much as possible.
Okay, when it comes to the area, I can be able to look at now where I'm staying currently and where my grandparents come from, because it's not far. We are almost at the border, it's not far. So when I say I'm traveling to up country, it's like a 30 minutes journey or so. So okay. I can look at the area, the Roysambu, Kasarani area. And then also as I visit that side, because it's just there, Gatondo, where Uhuru comes from. So it's not far. So I can still also get what's on the ground there. Because it's interesting, because like when you were asking Dixon, most people are supporting Ruto because of the area. After the last election, I've seen, okay, a while back it was like automatic. If you're a Kikuyu, you'll vote for Uhuru. Yeah, but now I'm seeing many Kikuyus are really, that mentality is not there anymore. So also I'd also like to, okay, but that's mostly on the young people. So I'd like to see also what the older generation now thinks about that, or the people who are really interior, what they think of, if they are still on the same thought level.
I see, that's interesting. I guess many Kikuyu might have a bit of a reaction after Uhuru is asking them to vote for Raila. I think after all these years being against Raila and now having to vote for him because of Uhuru saying so, that might spark some kind of rebellion, let's say. Yeah, thank you. That's interesting. Thanks, Jacqueline. You possibly, is that also where you vote, or you don't really care about voting, or?
I vote in Roysambu constituency. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll try and figure out ways to conduct all these missions, and I don't know. I don't even want to technically know if you vote or not. You won't be judged if you don't vote. Don't worry. We're not here.
Honestly, honestly, I was torn. I was torn before. I was like, where am I voting? Before, it's like people came to the realization that whether I vote or not, especially for the presidency, people say it's already been decided. So whether I vote or not, it really makes my vote does not count per se. Now, unless maybe you're talking about the other seats, the MCA, the women's rep, because I'm finding a lot of people are saying they're voting because they want to, have a certain women's rep to go in. But also been interesting enough about when Raila chose Martha Karua to be his DP, many women have said, I was not going to vote, now I'll vote, I have to bring her, we want a woman to take a seat. So you're finding a lot of that. So also, I was also there told, do I vote, do I not vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's also a way to mobilize people, I guess, having increased the women participation in politics.
Yeah.
You should know that in the last election year in France, 54% of voters did not turn out, did not go to. So I think it's the first time that you have less than 50% of voters participating to the election. So it's not something that is unknown in Europe. And I myself, I don't have a right to vote in France. I'm Italian, so I'm supposed to travel to Italy, which is not very far, but still it's kind of a 8 hours drive or train. And I must admit that I don't always do it when there's an election in Italy.
I was thinking that what the strategy that Raila did, it was playing more on identity politics, He was trying to swing all the women votes from him, because most people I knew, like what Jackie is saying, were not going to vote. Even me, I was not going to vote. I was like, what I mean, like it's already decided. But the moment he chose, like when he was he was like, now the day he was supposed to announce his VP. Yeah, what happened is that, the way like there were different candidates, people who applied for the position, and then he starts allocating the different people, not just saying that they didn't qualify, they were allocating them different on how he will do his government. Then it went down to 2 women. So the moment it's narrowed down to 2 women, every like the social media was going wild. Every woman I know was giving opinions online, like, yeah, this is our time, stuff like that. So I also thought that Ruto would play identity politics, but he did it. I also thought that he will also because there was still that who is going to reveal is running mate, everyone was trying to hold back because whoever this one chose, I will do the opposite. It's a mind chess game that they were doing. But I feel like Raila played identity politics with choosing a running mate.
Yes. Well, Raila is a smart politician, I think, possibly with a lot of experience, and it's going to be interesting because these things are bizarrely enough. There's always, some maybe more, maybe say a politician with more integrity would say, I'm not going to play this kind of game. And in recent political history and what I saw in Africa and also in Europe, unfortunately, this integrity idea does not really pay because people will fall in the trap and they will truly think that Raila is doing something for women, just because this information is being relayed and it's circulating and blah blah. And Raila has been there for years, and if he really had something in particular to do about women, he might already have done a little bit more possibly. But anyway, it's going to be very interesting to see how this evolves. Tindi, what about you?
For me, I think I'll focus more on my area. It's a very unique area. It's in the inner city community. It's just an estate right outside the city, a walking distance. So these are the more enlightened electorates. Politics is more like a national pastime for them. They always talk politics because it affects them directly. They're traders. So I want to understand whether they buy this hustler dynasty narrative that is being portrayed. Because even what is appearing is that being a very ethnically mixed community, the support does not fall the Orthodox. Whereby ordinarily would expect all Kikuyus to vote the direction the president wants, and all Kalenjin. So because it's a more enlightened community, you find it's a mixture of tribes. It goes against the orthodoxy, the electorate there. But then back to what maybe our topic was, do they really buy the dynasty hustler theme, or is there anything else underlining, maybe in this, what will they say the narrative of this election?
Okay, well, can you please repeat to me what the name of the neighborhood is? I'm just trying to find places. Sorry?
The name of the area where I'm coming from?
Yes.
Okay. So this constituency is Starehe. Starehe, yeah.
Starehe, okay. I'm trying to find these places on the map while you mention them, because I need to kind of visualize the situation.
It's where the CBD is. The CBD is inside the constituency.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I forgot to mention the area is Parklands. It's in Westlands constituency.
Sorry, what is it called again?
The area I'm working on is Parklands.
Pathlands. Okay, yes.
Yeah, Westlands constituency.
Yes. I think I have already an idea about that. There it is. Okay. See. All right. Okay. Well, we will go over all this again before maybe on the last day rapidly. So now I would like to really go to the mission part of our work. I will briefly talk to you about this as long as my voice allows me to do so. Then we will look at the observation and the interview topics, because you will have grids to follow and also to guide you while you're classifying and entering the information into EleQta, both grids for mission observation and interviews. They have a lot of points in common with the grids, the grid we already saw for the archival work. But there are also some differences. So your missions will consist in spending one day on the mission area. One day means morning to evening, obviously not necessary 24 hours. Obviously there is some flexibility in terms of possibilities for you if you need to travel there, etc. We have to find a way for you to be able to spend at least 2 or 3 hours walking around the area and observing what happens in the area. Observation work should be carried out following the ideal of what we call participatory observation. It means that you will have to try and somehow blend in and not stand out, so that people keep their normal behaviors while you're there. And obviously, observing is not something that we ask you to do, particularly with your eyes. There would probably be a lot of ears involved also, because one interesting thing for us is to understand the conversations that people are having. So you will obviously, you will see it on the grids. There are some things that we ask you to observe visually, namely, for example, what the atmosphere in the neighborhood is in terms of how much people there is on the street. In some contexts and in some particular days, there might be, they have this thing in Francophone Africa, they call it Journée Ville Morte. It's a day where the city is dead. And these things happen in some countries on election days, on other particular days where there's tension and the people just stay home. They don't go to work, they don't go shopping. So I don't know how far this is susceptible to happen in Kenya. I guess that given the history of unrest and troubles during the elections, although the last one was not that troublesome, it might be that some people will choose just to stay put, at least on the election day. There is also one thing I forgot to tell you, which is important. And it is the fact that we have chosen more or less mission areas. We have one mission, which is during the vote. And then we have two more missions, which is one is before and the other one is after the vote. So Dixon has already given me some hint about the idea that, for example, it would be interesting for him to carry out the first mission at least 2 weeks before the votes, in order to be able to capture those who might actually leave the neighborhood to go vote somewhere else. And in his opinion, it is important to factor them into the mission too. As far as you three are concerned, we still have to figure out when you will carry out your missions before and after the vote. So we don't have to do this now. It might be interesting to choose specific days when there's something particular happening in the neighborhood, maybe a political meeting, or I don't know, some other kind of recurrency or event that might make things more interesting for us. The last mission is usually conducted after the official results are given, possibly not too long after that, because we want to see the reaction of the people. And a good moment for this kind of mission might be the day the new president will be sworn in, which is usually a day where people are in front of the television looking at what he says, and how he tries to convince the people that now he is the president of all the Kenyans, not just those who voted for him. Anyway, we will have to do some work about this too, about the dates. So observation work is about looking at some elements on the scene that we want you to concentrate your attention upon. There in the grids. One of them is the perception of potential violence among the people, the presence of police or army on the streets, the possible rush to buy groceries and stuff because of fear that there might be shortages connected to the election. I don't know if this was the case in Kenya previously. I don't think so much. Shortages are not that common, it appears to me. You tell me if I'm wrong, please.
But
Is it-
people normally anticipate that they'll be viral. So what normally happens is people stock on dry food. You find that there are some, and now the problem is those same products that people would stock on are the ones that prices have gone up.
Because of inflation.
Yeah, in the inflation. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to go down this time.
Yes, very interesting. But did something like this happen in the last election? I didn't see that much. Some information, yes, it was gathered, but not that much compared to other countries. Was there like empty stores or stuff like that in 2017?
Yeah, there were in supermarkets. There were like shelves that were empty, especially for things like flour. You will go into a big supermarket and the flour shelves are empty.
It's all gone. Yes, yes, yes. Well, that's something interesting for us to observe. And it was also the case here in Europe with the COVID pandemics. And it was really strange because in France it was mainly about toilet paper.
Tissue.
It was incredible. You would go to the supermarket, everything was there except no toilet paper at all. Like the biggest thing people fear they will miss is toilet paper over here. Voilà, just to give you a hint about how things work. Anyway, I was buying, a little bit more food just to make sure, something dry on the sides, a few cans. But the toilet paper was the main concern. Well, this pandemic has shown us a lot of our limits over here. Anyway, so observing, we will go through the observation grid in a moment. So you will have a better idea of what we would like you to look at. But another significant part of your observation work should consist in, opening your ears up and just even participating to little conversations where people start talking at cafe or on public transport or the bus stop, and gather information about people's perception in this context. There is one distinction that needs to be drawn between the interview and observation, because while you observe, you may also be interacting and talking to people, but that should not be considered as interviews unless the person that you're talking to is aware of what you're doing and is also aware that you are conducting a research interview with him. So to switch to the interview part of your work, we want you to conduct semi-directive interviews, which means you should refrain as much as possible from asking direct questions to the person. You should bring him or her to talk about the election and his perception of the election with very simple means, maybe by the framework that we give you is to first of all find someone who is available to spend maybe 10 minutes talking to you. Secondly, you should tell him what you're doing. I'm doing research about the elections. We strongly encourage you to put forward immediately that all the information you're gathering is and will be kept anonymous, so the person will be more at ease. Then you will start your conversation with a little question-like sentence, which is, could you please tell me something about this election? How do you feel about this election? So it has to be very generic. And then depending on the person that's in front of you, he or she might start talking like a river, and it can go on for half an hour and you don't have to say anything. Or there might be moments when he or she will stop talking and you will have to reignite the conversation. And in this case, it is usually better to, instead of asking a question, it might be better to present your own experience. Or, for example, I think that, many uh, Kikuyu might be driven away from voting might be driven away from Uhuru because he has been shaking hands with his former adversary, and then you give him some kind of input which is presented as your thought, and then you ask him to say, what do you think about this? So it's kind of in my experience, it is usually conversation must be kept somehow symmetric. So if you give something to the person, he or she will give you something in return. So, presenting a point of view which might not even be yours. It's just an idea. Many Kalenjin have, developed some kind of mistrust for Ruto because he's been there for years and he doesn't seem to have been done anything. What do you think about this? This is another example. It might be your opinion or not, but you should kind of present it as such and see how the person in front of you reacts. So this will lead you to have a certain amount of data. There is one point I forgot to mention, which is recording the interview. So we encourage you to record the sound of the interview. It is not compulsory. The person has to be aware that you are recording his or her voice, and you have to ask her or him for permission before you do that. So if he or she says no, you should refrain from recording and just try to make notes. As you will see, it is also interesting for us to have the raw data of your interview, which is the recording or the notes. You can also shoot video if you want. People will probably feel less comfortable if you film them because it will be visible. So I would not recommend that. But I let you decide about this according to your good sense. We need the raw data, which doesn't mean that the interview has to be conducted in English or in any other European language. The interview should be conducted in the language that makes the interviewee more at ease. So obviously, if you conduct an interview in a language that is not English, you will have to do some translation work while you analyze the interview. But still, it is very important that the person in front of you is completely at ease. We also encourage you to maybe invest a little bit of the budget was given to you to maybe buy a drink or a beer to the person. I don't know how far this extends to Kenya, but in other contexts, it is a real tradition.
That's the aim of.
Yes, it is a tradition. It's always part of give and take thing where at least buy me a drink. So, so this is something that should be. These are things that should be taken into account when you do the interview. At the end of the interview, not at the beginning, you should also ask a few questions to your interviewee about his job, about where he comes from, his age, if it is not visible. I will show you, because when you interview someone and then you enter the interview data into EleQta, you will have to create a special type of dossier for the interviewee, and you will have to try and enter as much information as possible about him or her, which is all anonymous information, but still will help us to create a, let's say, statistical identification of the person. But this will be clear to you as soon as we go through this part of EleQta. So I would now rapidly go through the mission observation grid and then the interview grid. As far as the way we share my screen with you, I would maybe ask one of you to read the mission observation grid just for mercy, because I will rest my voice a little bit, and it will make things easier. If you log into your user into EleQta and you click on hang on. Do I have missions? No. Hang on, sorry. To show you how to do this, I need to create a mission for my fake user. Which is this guy. Okay, so when you go to your elections page, you have this part, which refers to your missions. Be careful, you only have one mission so far. So there is just one row in this table. As soon as you will have more missions assigned to you, there will be more rows. So there will be more blue buttons, more green buttons, etc., etc. You have to pay some attention while you click on these buttons, because obviously the button you click on is related to one specific mission. So if you want to enter data about your first mission, it's going to be this one. If you want to enter data about your second mission, it's going to be another blue button that's going to appear down here. It shouldn't be very difficult for you to make the distinction, but I still want to explain this. You can see here that the structure is very similar for each data submission mode. You have three buttons. One is for entering the data. The other one is for viewing the data that you have already entered. And the third one, the yellow one, is to view the grid that applies to that data submission mode. The grids will be adapted to your missions. They are not adapted so far. You will see what we call a generic mission observation topics grid and a generic interview topics grid, also by clicking on these two buttons. This is because this is only a test mission. But once you will be assigned your real missions, the grids will be reduced, because we will take away from, for example, for all the missions that are being conducted before the vote, we will take away all the topics that concern things that you have to observe during or after the vote. So the grid is going to be shorter, and it's going to be easier for you to keep it in mind. You don't have to memorize it entirely, but obviously before you go to the field, you need to refresh your mission observation grid, so you kind of know what you have to look at. And also I will send it to you in PDF, so you can keep it on your smartphone available more easily, and even print it if you want. So that's something you have to do, but you can do it. So before I show you the data entry pages are all pretty similar. We will go through the mission observation data entry and the interview data entry soon, but I would like you first to go through these mission observation topics. So if one of you or in turn, if you could read these topics, it would be a great help to me. Also, you can read the comments on the right, which should help you to understand a little bit better. So who wants to start this?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Under general observation tasks, topic, observation 1, the stockpiling of food and other basic goods by citizens. Comment, the population may fear the outbreak of armed clashes during elections and prepare for the shortages that may occur. Gather information also by observing the shops in the mission area.
We just stopped. No, go ahead.
Observation 2, forms of mobilization connected to the election. Comment, enter information about official and unofficial demonstrations, marches, citizens showing symbols and pictures of candidates on their clothes, forms of unrest, parallel campaigns, not organized by candidates or parties who participate to the election. Observation 4, practices used by citizens to keep opinions secret. Comment, these practices may include small meetings between friends where disapproval is voiced, practices connected to silence, whispering in public spaces, giving the impression that one is spied but talks anyway, etc. Observation 5, talk about the election held on public transport on the way to the mission area. Comment, separate entries for every conversation or declaration held.
Yes, sorry, I stop you one moment here. This is just a technical comment because there is one important point I forgot to tell you, and does not really apply that much for archival tasks. But if you stumble upon a situation where, for example, you see one empty shop here, one other empty shop there, and another one over there, you should create 3 data entries, one for each shop, because there are differences. This is why I already mentioned to you that there's a possibility to clone data entries, which means that you have observed the same thing in several spots. This should not just produce one data entry, but several data entries, as many as the spots are. But the only difference between these data entries will be the location where you have observed the thing. So you can create one first data entry describing what you saw in the first place, and then clone it, and then just change the position on the map, and then clone it again and change the position on the map again. And this also applies to conversation you might hear, which may also be about the same thing, but the fact that there's repeated conversation about this thing should, because of this, you should create separate data entries for each one of the conversations. So it is important that you multiply data entries if there are differences between within the bulk of data that you have gathered about, for example, one same topic. It's not that when you are on the field, you have to create one data entry for each one of these topics. Some topics may remain completely empty because you didn't see any police around, or because there is no instance of stockpiling and empty shops. And there might be topics for which you find a lot of information, but this means that for some topics, we will have a lot of data entries, and for some others, we will have none. Okay, so it's written on top of all the grids. The grids should not be seen and used as homeworks lists. Okay, we're not going to judge you because you have not found information for all the topics. Logically enough, we will, and it will give us some information. Also, the fact that you have put anything into that topic, which means that you haven't seen anything like that. So you're not going to be judged by how many topics you manage to actually fill in. Okay, that's it. Sorry. Go ahead, Susan, or someone else.
Okay, let me continue from observation 5. Talk about the election had on public transport on the way to the mission area. That's what we did. Separate entries for every conversation declaration had. Observation 7. Shared representation connected to the ballot papers. Enter information about how the citizens relate to the ballot paper. Do they have any particular or unusual idea about them? Do they consider it to be the representation or materialization of something else? Observation 8. Shared representation connected to the polling station. Enter information about how the citizens relate to the polling station. How do they feel about going there? Do they have any particular idea about what they might find there, visible or invisible? Observation 9. Shared representation connected to the polling booths. Enter information about how the citizens relate to the polling booth. How do they feel about entering it? Do they have any particular idea about what they might find there, visible or invisible?
Yes, sorry, I stopped you for a second. This is important to us. Shared representations and connected to the material aspect of voting. I don't know how far this will be the case, but I already mentioned to you the idea they had in Swaziland that the king would observe them how they vote. There is a lot in our experience also going on with the ballot papers, situations where the ballot paper is actually bizarrely enough considered as a way to harm an enemy. And that was an idea that was spread. We saw that in Gabon, for example, where ballot papers had pictures of the candidates, and some media or rumors, etc., would spread before the election, saying that you were supposed to scrabble upon the guy that was your enemy, to harm him and then put it in the ballot box, which meant that a lot of people would probably voted for Bongo, the president, out of this rage of so this is another example of a shared representation about the object, the ballot paper, which is susceptible to alter the result of the vote. So I don't know if this happens in Kenya too or something similar, but it might always be possible.
To a small degree, Jabez, in the far-flung rural areas, what do we call them, civic educators, which some of them are bribed, and then when they go to tell to educate those guys, the electorate, they tell them that they go to a stronghold of a particular candidate, maybe who is undesired, and they've been paid or the government controlled. They're told that to mark for the person who you don't like, you put an X on the person you don't want to vote for. That comes as a vote for this.
Same thing. So it's not just in Gabon. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah. So this is also something that might be of interest to us. It's something that might be mentioned in the mission area also before in the missioning will carry out before the vote. Who knows? Okay. So we can go on.
Observation 8.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're not properly in order sometimes because we moved them from one team to the other. Some have gone away. Some have been added later. So the numbers are not really that significant. They're just for internal use. But I mean, just to tell you that they might be confusing. So don't refer to the numbers.
Okay.
We reached Number 6, yeah, preparing for the vote. Yeah.
Preparation for the vote. Declaration and public stances by the candidates or parties or their representatives made before the vote on different political arenas. Comment, political arenas include public squares, streets, public transport, campaign headquarters, media, etc. In situations involving direct contact with the public, describe precisely the spatial organization, the public attending, the unfolding of events of ceremonial character, etc. One data entry per element found, political arena include public
I'm
squares.
sorry, it just repeats.
Yes,
This is a mistake. I'll correct it. I'm sorry.
Okay, political arenas include public squares, street, public transport, campaign.
It's the same.
headquarters.
You don't need to read it again.
Okay.
I just have to. I just must have pasted it twice. I'm gonna clean it up.
Okay, observation 3, the presence of armed forces in the mission area before the vote. Comment, enter information about the presence of security forces on the mission area before the vote. Make one separate data entry for each group or member of the public forces when several positions are identified. Specify their position. Observation, we're going to the vote. The presence of armed, no, that was the vote, yeah? That was the vote. Observation 11. Constraints and special assistance to voters while they go to the polling station. The election results may be influenced by the organization or not, of means to help or convince voters to reach the polling station, such as free taxis, other forms of transportation, small bribes, etc. Try also to note down who is behind them. Observation 12, the actual opening hours of the polling stations on the mission area. Comment, make one separate data entry for each polling station examined in the mission area. Observation 13, the polling stations. Comment, describe the polling stations. Provide information about the polling station that doesn't fit into any other topic, including photos or videos if allowed. Try to take into account any relevant circumstance that may influence the vote, who is there, officially or not, how the polling station is actually organized, who is calling the shots. Note the presence of the government officials, international or local observers, opposition representatives. Make a separate data entry for each polling station described and each instance observed. The atmosphere at the polling stations. Comment, enter documents and information about as many unusual and remarkable situations that may be revealing of the atmosphere surrounding the vote. Pay special attention to instances of unrest and conflict. The turnout. Comment, spend some time observing the voting procedures, assess the length of the queues at the different times of the day, and ask questions about the turnout to those who work at the polling stations if possible.
Sorry, Susan. I want to interrupt you for a second. I have something to say about the polling stations. It is very variable, the degree to which you will be allowed to see, stay, and film, take pictures, or even just show up at the polling station is very variable from one country to another. You are not there to conduct an observation of the polling stations mainly. So, if the mission area is the place where you vote, you will surely get a chance to get into the polling station, and it might be enough to just take a look around while you are there. I don't know, I seem to remember that you cannot even get close to a polling station in Kenya without being entitled to vote there. is there, I don't remember, were there checkpoints to just before you get to the polling station? How does it work? Or can you queue in front of it and it's just to get in, to get checked?
No, there will just be regular patrols by security, just to make sure that there are no people are not gathering around police polling stations.
Yes.
And polling centers, but it's normally understood by the electorate that you're supposed to just vote and get out.
Yes. Okay. So you will have papers. I will send them to you shortly. That attest that you're part of a research project, etc., with a lot of stamps, but you don't have to get into trouble to to observe what is happening at the polling station. It might be useful to look at the queues, to if you vote, to try and get inside. If you don't vote, you might ask. I don't know what the atmosphere is going to be like. It's very variable. It's going to be left to your good sense. It should be an attempt. Should maybe be done if it's not really bad to to peek in and look one moment what's going on, using these papers. Look, I'm doing research work for French University about the election. Can I just take a look? Well, but you shouldn't force the thing, and sometimes you can get hard reactions in front of this. So if this is the case, you don't insist. You don't. I mean, primary thing is not to get into trouble. Okay, so this is as far as the polling stations are concerned. They're usually a bit sensitive spots, but it's also very interesting for us to understand what the atmosphere in there is, and especially if there's ways in which people are pressured to do a certain thing while they're inside the polling station, and this can be the result of many different things, and usually the presence of someone in particular might be enough. This is also why we also encourage you to do missions in places you're familiar with, because at least, for example, in Zimbabwe, this was a lot the case. People would know the guy. The guy is at or in front of the polling station, and he's looking at me, and I know that means something. But that means something only to those who know what it means, who know the guy. So these things should be factored in also when you decide what your mission area is going to be, especially on the voting day. There might be some elements of pressure that might be not understandable to you if you're not connected to the place. Well, it doesn't mean that you have to obligatory go on voting day in your neighborhood. It has to be taken into account. Okay, sorry, please go ahead.
Number 16. Strategies to show or hide that one has voted. Enter information about how voters show or hide the fact that they have voted. For example, by showing or hiding marks such as fingerprints, stains on the fingers, if this system is adopted.
You know what this means? It's probably not the case anymore in Kenya because you have all those machines, but they used to take fingerprints to certify that one had been at the polling station, and people would, in some cases, show openly that they did vote by showing their fingers. I don't know if this will apply or not, but there might be situations.
It's actually applied at some areas that you can't, pubs are closed during the voting hour. So at some point, you can't enter a pub if you don't have proof of the ink on your finger.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, if you just enter, they tell you go and vote, then come back.
I see. Okay. That's nice. That's a way to increase the turnout. Yeah. Okay. Let's hear someone else. Let's hear a little bit about Dixon. I don't know because do you have the grid in front of you?
Concerning this, the way people hide if they are voted. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes, we do.
Yeah, it's the same thing. There are measures in place, just the way Sue has stated, that, for example, in pubs, you need to show proof of voting, and if you don't have the ink on your finger, you are told to go vote and then come back at a later time.
Mhm. So aside from all these super technological machines, they will still take your fingerprints when you go to the polling station.
That's Kenya for you.
They usually mark the pinky
The
finger.
last few.
They mark the pinky finger with some ink.
Okay. Yes. But not to take a fingerprint because the fingerprint is going through the tablet or whatever device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. It's interesting. You still get the mark. Yeah. Okay. So let's go on.
The counting.
Jacqueline or Dixon, it's your turn now to read a few of these.
Observation 17, the counting operations, calculation of percentages, and reports. Comment, assess whether the counting operations occur at the polling stations or if the full ballot boxes are being transported. Include information about reports being agreed upon and signed by the different representatives performing and or observing the vote count. Observation 18, take a picture of the polling station's report and results if publicly visible. The results for each polling station may be published on a poster outside the building after the votes are counted, if counting occurs locally. 19.
Yes, again, these are delicate points. So vote counting is always something that doesn't allow, to be attended by external people, etc. So don't insist, don't be intrusive. However, there is a report that should be shown outside the polling station after the counting is done. And that it is important to know whether it's there or not. Possibly you should technically be allowed to take a picture of it. It's not really fundamental, but it's still interesting. One other thing that's not mentioned here, but it will be later, I think, is this forms of parallel vote counting. We mentioned yesterday that the opposition or other media might be creating their own systems to gather information about the results of the vote. So you should also take a look at that if possible. I think there's a topic later about production of figures, which applies to this. But well, this is also something that should be taken into account while you are roaming around the polling station, because there might be someone who openly says he is, checking things for this or that party or this or that media channel, and it might be useful to report about this too. Sorry, go ahead.
Observation 19. Describe the wait for the results. Pay special attention to signs of unrest, conflict, discussions, and the general atmosphere in the mission area before the results are announced. Observation 20. Existence of rumors about the results and the channels they spread through. Enter information about any rumors about the results, trying to assess the channels they are spread through and even their supposed source, if it is possible to trace it. Reactions, 21, reactions after the official announcement of the election results. Reactions in the mission area may include more or less public manifestations of joy or disappointment, outbursts, etc. 22, forms of mobilization, unrest, pillage, and the reaction of security forces after the results are announced. Make a separate data entry for each instance of mobilization and unrest. In case of reaction by security forces, make a new data entry with the same geographical and time data.
Yes.
This
So this is always about trying to multiply data entries for each thing that you see, each circumstance that you see. So there is a guy screaming in the street, oh my God, another government with these old guys, I can't stand it. The police comes and takes him away. Should we do two data entries, one for the guy who screams and the other one for the police taking him away in the same place? I mean, they're almost clones, but there's two things that happened. So data entries should be multiplied in this case.
Okay. 23, the distribution of weapons, machetes, guns, etc. Be careful. One data entry per distribution instant if possible. 24, armed clashes after the results are announced. Be careful. Create one separate data entry per conflict situation. 25, the deployment of security forces when or after the results are announced and how they are organized. Enter information about the presence of security forces on one mission area. Only information pertaining to the time the results are announced or after. Make one separate data entry for each group or member of the public forces when several positions are identified. Specify the location.
Yeah, these three last topics are about, what we call radicalization when things turn bad. So I may not apply as all the others. And what comes now concerns the what we call the knighting. The knighting is the moment where the winner or the winners are recognized by the population. It is obviously in many cases coincident with the swearing in, but not always. In the past Kenyan elections, the first round of election, you had Kenyatta who was sworn in. Raila Odinga refused and he made his own shadow government. He also had a ceremony where he was sworn in. So in that case, the knighting of Uhuru Kenyatta was not complete until the second election. And even after that, because the second election was not, participated by the opposition, they said that it didn't make any sense to repeat an election without reorganizing the IEBC. It was too close in terms of chronological terms to the first election. But then at one point, Odinga and Kenyatta made a deal before they shook hands and before I think they started the Building Bridges initiative. But at one point after the second votes, the past election, Odinga gave up his claim of being himself president. That was the result of the deal made with Kenyatta. So that's when finally Kenyatta received the knighting. The knighting is something that comes from the political forces surrounding the winner, which are not the winner, but also and especially from the population. It's something pretty complex but despite all the lack of acceptance that there might be in the population for an elections result, there is one moment where the risk of dissolution of society, which I mentioned to you yesterday, and that should always be considered as the ultimate horizon of what's going on during an election. There is a moment when this risk is over, and that's when everybody more or less reluctantly says, "Okay, this is done. It happened like this. I don't say I accept this. I admit that it's been going this way, and voila, and we'll talk about it again at the next election." So this is why the knighting is very important to us, because it stops the uncertainty that characterizes the electoral moment. Things usually calm down at one point, but things have gone like this. There's nothing that can be done about it. This doesn't always happen. In some cases, it goes on, and it's just there's unrest and even war for a long time. But usually there's a distinguishable moment when the election is over. Okay, and this is it. Go ahead, Jacqueline or Dixon. There's plenty to read. We'll leave some of the interview topics for Dixon.
Okay. We'll continue, Dixon. 26. How the elected leader or leaders offers opportunities to dramatize the immanent forms of social authorities. Here you enter information about the immanent forms of social authority, technocratic aura of academics, hope for redemption associated with religious leaders, identity-related and sectarian discourses, control of occult and sacrificial practices, etc. Oh.
Yes, sorry, I interrupt you again briefly. This refers to immanent authority. Okay, so it is very common that during the swearing-in ceremony, the new president will try to project an idea about himself, which somehow rests upon these immanent forms of authority. I don't know how theatrical it will be in Kenya, but in some instances, namely in Central Africa, we've seen a lot of presidents showing up, maybe with all the judges on one side, with a bunch of academics with their square hats on the other side, wearing distinctive signs of a particular religious order, or even masonry, how do you call that, some kind of sect and stuff, just showing off with symbols that appeal to powers that are non-political, knowledge, religion, etc., etc. So this might be a strategy used by the winning candidates to try to assert themselves as the president of all the Kenyans, and not just the ones who voted for me. I'm the leader of particular, I'm close to the leaders of some religion, or I am very expert, knowledgeable in what I'm doing, etc., etc. So this is something that's very important to us. Go ahead, please.
27. Links and tensions between the forms of immanent social authority associated to the elected leader or leaders and other forms of immanent authority associated to his or their most significant opponents. For example, in Congo, the contrast between the power associated to the 2016 presidential winner, that name, it's pronounced for me that one.
That's okay, so yeah.
And this transcendence incarnated by his opponents nicknamed Moses, and Joshua. Dramatization through the assumption of messianic role. Also narratives associating procreation and foreign origins. Angola, Dos Santos is originally from Sao Tome, Gabon. Gabon. Ali Bongo is not Omar Bongo's son, but a stranger. DRC.
Same. Kabila has also been accused of not being Congolese origins and also citizenship. And blah, blah. These examples are a bit old. The guy named Moses is the guy who died at the last election in 2020 in Congo. But the rhetoric was always the same. We had a strong man. Sassou Nguesso is basically constructing his credibility and consensus around the idea that he is the strong man. He holds military power. He is able to, he's in every home listening to what you're doing, and he is ready to react with violence if anything goes against him, which is not something that should be exclusively perceived as a threat. Since Congo has a history of civil war and instability, this strength is also seen as something that makes him the only one who is able to guarantee peace and stability. His opponents are, one is the Messiah who, just like Jesus, keeps losing and losing, and then only after he's dead something will happen. So, and it's the guy who died at the last election, but despite that his party didn't make it. And the other one is a technocrat. So he's the guy who he was the representative of Congo at the United Nations. He's a guy who just upholds this idea of somebody. He's an economist, somebody who is capable of technically managing a country. And then the other examples are about claims, negative claims about there is obviously imminent power can be used in a positive or in a negative way. Even belonging to a population is a form of imminent power, and accusing somebody of not belonging to the people that are supposed to elect him is a way to weaken him, and can be also very effective. As I mentioned in the past few days, you've also seen this in the United States with people claiming that Barack Obama was not American, etc., etc. Please go on.
28. How society resolves, metaphorically or in practice, the matter of widespread conflict. In case of armed conflict following the ballot, enter information about how the winner emerges. In case of widespread physical violence, enter information about how the citizens explain them. For example, about how the election temporarily ends food shortages or rumors about sacrificial rituals. 29, document the end of armed clashes by assessing the presence of citizens in the streets. Usually the presence of people in the streets is a good indicator of the expected or perceived level of violence. 30, document the end of armed clashes by following the pace of reopening of public venues. Usually the opening or closure of public venues, such as shops, schools, etc., is a good indicator of the expected or perceived level of violence. 31, the moment of swearing in. Enter any information you consider relevant about this moment and the ceremony as perceived in the mission area. 32, The atmosphere at the time when the winner takes his oath. Pay special attention to the signs of unrest, conflict, discussion, and the general atmosphere in the mission area. 33, reactions to the oath and stance taken by the opposition leaders. Okay. Enter information about how the opposition reacts to the swearing in of the winning candidate or candidates. 34, the winner's reaction to the stances by the opposition leaders about their victory. Enter information about how the winners face the reaction by the opposition to their swearing in. 35, practices connected to the acceptance of the victory, even if acceptance is imposed on the citizens. Here, enter information about how and why citizens accept the results and about whether, why the citizens accept the results and about how and
Whether,
why.
how, and why. Yeah, it's not very well written, sorry.
How and why they give up protesting. For example, accepting the results may be a choice done because of fear or conflict, or be considered a strategic choice in the long-term plan, or be imposed through threats of violence. 36, other relevant information. Enter information about the election concerning the mission area and gathered during the mission that you find relevant and that doesn't fit into any of the topics above. Please make sure it cannot be associated to any other topic.
All right, guys, I would propose a 10 minutes break if you want, because I forgot and it's 11, almost 11:30 over there. So do you want to have a quick break? And then we go on for another little hour and then it's lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. I'll be connected anyway, but I will leave you for a second. Where's my? I wanted to show you briefly how the mission observation data entry pages work. You will see they look exactly like the archival data entry pages. We'll just do that real quick for half an hour, 40 minutes. Then I'll let you go for lunch. I'm gonna share my screen with you. Okay, so as far as the topics are concerned, I hope everything is pretty clear. One thing I wanted to do before going to the data entry pages is ask if you have any questions or any comments about this mission observation grid. If there's anything you feel like you want to say about it.
So basically, the archival data revolves around the topics and the mission observation. I was asking if a majority of them are usually in literature form rather than any other form of media like pictorial, because sometimes it will be difficult to capture a moment depending on the risk factors. And I was asking if it's okay if majority of the time you'll be caught up doing more literature for mission observation as compared to the archival.
Yes, well, the balance between the different types of work that you have to do is obviously also dictated by the constraints that you may face. So, sorry, I didn't completely gather what you were saying, but I think you were mentioning the fact that it might be more difficult for you to gather mission data than it is to work on the archive.
No,
Is that
actually, it's easy to gather the mission, the mission observation, but I'm saying like the kind of data we'll be entering, will it be more literature because maybe you are in an area and you're observing something and you're not allowed to take pictures or videos or at that moment you can't react as fast as your restrictions
No,
are.
of course. Of course, Susan. Sorry, I didn't understand entirely. Now I do. The fact that you are on the field looking at things is enough for us. We don't need proof or videos or photos of what you observe. Obviously, we expect mission observation data to be less backed up by files, let's say, in a very generic way. So you really don't have to pull out your phone, take pictures or film if you feel there's even a slight possibility of facing consequences because of that. Your eyes are like a camera to us. I mean, you're doing research work. We expect you not to invent stuff or fabricate anything. So your observation is like a camera for us. It doesn't have to be substantiated by evidence of any kind. If there is evidence, it's not a problem. Obviously, if there's a picture of something, no problem. But if there's not, no problem at all. Okay. So, and obviously, mission observation is not something that we want you to do with your phone. Absolutely not, because it won't work. People will just shy away, if not react badly. So don't think that you need supportive evidence or pictures or videos for your mission observations. It's not the case, especially when it comes to police and armed forces, and you don't want to film or take pictures of them. It's very important that you think about your security first, and also, aside from security, not to have trouble of any kind. Explaining stuff to people, etc. So don't worry. When you're on your mission, your recording tools are secondary. Only for the interviews, we encourage you to, if possible, to try and record, because it will help you. It's going to be easier than just taking notes. So, but you do what the ultimate judge in all this is you. It's not that anybody will. It is very common for what I saw that mission observation are not supported by pictures. They don't have to be. Then in some cases they are. Somebody sees a manifesto in the street, and usually it's not a big deal to take a picture of that. But there's hardly ever any picture of unrest, people demonstrating or doing anything. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You can also refer to evidence that has been taken by others. If you do a mission one day and there's a political meeting which ends up maybe in a demonstration or in clashes with the police, you are susceptible to find videos, pictures about this on social media or official media, and you can use that to substantiate your mission observations if you want. We are also flexible in a certain amount to what type of data will go into the drawer of your mission observation data. In some cases in the past, especially in particularly tense elections, researchers have been uploading to their mission observation drawer a lot of information that comes from the social media, because they were on the field on that day, but they were not filming. Others were doing it. So they posted videos taken by others on the social media inside their mission observations. It's not a problem, but the important thing is clarity. You have to be clear about where the information comes from, and as long as this condition is granted, then anything goes. It's not a problem. Obviously, information, if you had a mission on July 15th and the video must be shot that day, it can't be a video posted on a social network referring to a completely other day. But as long as coherence is granted, when we ask you to go on the field on a mission day, we want you to gather data pertaining to the field and to the day. So it might be also an article on the newspaper mentions and talks about that day, the meeting or the clashes with the police that happened on that day. It's not a problem. EleQta is very flexible. We are feeding EleQta with that. Okay, so you will see, and we will start close the windows. Abusing his horn. You will see that the data entry page is also for mission observation. Have practically all the fields that you need to fill in archival data entries. So you can mention a source. It's not your observation. It can be media. It can be rumors. It can be whatever. So there is a significant amount of flexibility in EleQta and the data that you're entering, although in your perception it is strongly divided between archival, mission observation, interviews. In reality, it's going to be one big bulk. And this one big bulk is going to be, obviously, researchers who will access the data will know if it has been entered as archival data, mission observation, or interview data. But they will also, the interface they will use will also allow them to access this data independently from the type of work it has came from. So they will see it all together, and they look at the map for Kenya. They will see all your mission observations, archival data, all on the same map. And then they will be able to apply different filters, including whether it's archival or mission observation, to reduce the amount of data visible on the map, for example. But the data goes all together, basically. It's just the labels that are attached to the data that are different, including whether it's archival, observation, or interview data. But that's just the label. And in fact, this will become very clear to you as soon as we go and look at the observation data entry page, which is just the same compared to the archival data entry page, except that the topics are a little bit different. But topics are also connected among each other. This is something that you don't see, but archival topics, mission observation topics, and interview topics are connected. You can see the themes, but there's also other connections that we are elaborating, including keywords. So violence will connect all the topics that have something to do with violence, etc., etc. Sorry, Susan, you have something to say?
No, I was agreeing. I was like, I was listening to it. I was agreeing to what you're saying.
Okay, voicing your agreement. That's very good. Thanks. So, how does mission observation data entry work? Just the same as archival data, except there are a few fields that are not there, and I will tell you which one they are. So you have a topic choice in here. You find all the mission observation topics. There's a text that needs to be entered. So in here, as usual, you will enter what you have observed. If it's something that you have seen, you will try to post to copy and paste the text of an article or a social media post if that's what you're entering. Date, time, and location, same thing. If it's something you observed, you will have to pinpoint the place, the time, and the date when you observed it. We still allow you to enter a date because missions can also extend a little bit beyond precise date. if it's your neighborhood, something interesting happens the following day, the day after the scheduled mission, you observe it. You can, it's all up to your good sense. You can extend your mission a little bit and say, I'm still on a mission. I'm still looking around in this context. And so the date is not going to be a mission date. It's going to be the following day. It's not a big deal. And again, if the information you're entering comes from the media, then the time, date, and place will be the time, date of publication of the information on the media and the place where the information is spread. So empty map for everything that comes from the internet, Kenya for all the national newspapers, Nairobi for the local newspapers, etc., etc. As you can see here, what the field you don't have is with the one of the moment you're not allowed to enter, whether it's before, during, or after the vote, because that information is already in your mission data. So it will be automatically filled in by EleQta according to when I create a mission for you, you get it says whether it's before, during, or after the vote, and that little piece of data gets transmitted to EleQta automatically, so you don't have to fill it in. Then the source again is just the same. So it goes from researchers' observation to rumors to anonymous to all the actors that have a dossier here, including the media. You might be attending a meeting by Ruto on your mission area, on your mission day. Ruto says something, so he will be the source of the information, relating his words. So that's something that comes from him, and he's going to be the source. You have the possibility of uploading a file or not. I repeat, for mission observation, we don't expect you to substantiate everything with pictures. You don't have to give us evidence, okay? You are researchers, you are bound by an ethical code which says that you're not inventing stuff. So that's it. This is how it works. We trust you. Again, you can refer to the file, specific place, specific page or moment of the video if you like. It's necessary. Always by thinking about the guy who stumbled upon this information and may not be interested in watching 1 hour videos. So you might pinpoint the moment that's relevant for him. Again, here, careful filling out the dossiers who are involved in the information. I don't think this needs any further explanation. And once again, you have the second map, which is still there. The second map is still there because the location where you gather the data or where the data is spread, if it comes from media, may not be enough. The information you're relating might contain a reference to another event, so to another date, place, and time. You are relating words by William Ruto, who came to the meeting that day. He spoke and he said, remember that in 6 days we will all meet in front of the Kenyan parliament, and we will storm the Kenyan parliament just like Trump was doing. And if that happens, in this second map, you will have to put information about the Kenyan parliament, the date and time where Ruto is actually inviting people to go there. This is a paradoxical example, don't get me wrong, I'm just making fun, but it might be another situation where you see on the mission area, you see a poster inviting you to a meeting to another place. So that's also part of your observation work. When you're on the mission area, we ask you to observe any kind of campaign material that you may stumble upon. So if you see a poster inviting people to a meeting that occurs in a different place, on a different day. That's where and the second map is where you should put information about what that day is and what that place is. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I hope it's also audible to you because my voice is really going away. And down here, once again, you have a place where you can enter your own comments about the information. So I'll just enter anything here just to show you what happens once the data entry is done. Let me just make it a bit more different. So I create my data entry here. Once I do this, the system will direct me to a page where I can see a list of my data entries for a specific missions. Missions have a code. Wow, we've been conducting as many as 450 plus missions, which is quite a lot during our EleQta campaigns. But please keep in mind that these mission observations only relate to one specific mission, which is reminded to you by the fact that you see the mission up here. Once you have done this, you can clone again the mission observation you have just done. You can edit it, and you can also enter a new observation, more observation data from scratch by clicking on this button that's on top. There's also a button to submit the data. I think that if we manage to do it this afternoon or tomorrow morning, I will tell you about data submission procedure, which is a simple thing, but quite important within our project. Do you have any questions about mission data submission? Submission, I mean entry, not submission, sorry.
It's the same as creating a dossier. It's as easy as the other time.
Yes, watch out, the dossiers are a bit different. Huh?
Yeah.
The main distinctions within EleQta is between the dossiers and the data entries. The dossiers are accessible only from the dossier section up here, and the fields you have to fill in for a dossier are actually quite different from what you fill in the data entry. Dossiers are divided among types, subtypes, and then there's a name, etc. The dossiers are useful for us because they allow us to create connections between data entries. In fact, when you create a data entry, we ask you to indicate the source, which can be a dossier, and we also ask you to indicate the dossiers that are involved in the data entry. So this is how we use the dossiers within EleQta, because ultimately the users will only be able, or mainly, let's say, be able to access the data entries, but they will also be able to filter data entries according to dossiers that are involved in what are the sources of the data entries. Somebody is interested in studying William Ruto. He will not be interested in knowing what happened, I don't know, that specific day in Nandi Hills, where there was a meeting of Kenyatta or something else. So we are asking you to attach this label of William Ruto to all data entries that involve him, and also to all data entries that have him as a source, so that researchers will be able to find all data entries that concern William Ruto automatically. We are also creating relations between dossiers, so that there is a relation between William Ruto and his political party, so that obviously all researchers that are interested in William Ruto will also have a privileged access to all the information that relates to his party, because there might obviously be links between information concerns his party and himself. So this is how EleQta functions, and you always have to try and keep in mind that your data is going to be used by someone. It has a destination. So the dossiers are merely a tool to create links between data entries. Okay, so this is why we are not so picky about the dossiers being filled in. We don't expect somebody to access EleQta because he wants to know the biography of William Ruto, and he's going to find it into his dossier. We encourage you sometimes to maybe copy and paste a short biography from Wikipedia if you are creating a dossier for an important personality, but that is really just a detail. The function of the dossier is to be referred to in data entries. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will deepen this further and further in the coming hours and days, but this has to be clear to you. The main thing here is entering data and is doing data entries for archival, for missions, mission observation, and for interviews. Dossiers are just a tool. It has to be sharp tool. The dossier list has to be complete. If somebody doesn't have a dossier while you enter data, you have to add a dossier for him. And you also have to complete it a little bit, only to make it available to your fellow researchers. So to tell what type and subtype of dossier it falls in. But it's just a tool, okay? Tool to make our data more fungible, more usable, more easily accessible, and to add a search criteria to our data, okay? EleQta will also run through the data automatically and try to understand whether there are references to Ruto. This is why we ask you to enter all the nicknames or caricature names people are known by. That will give a hint to EleQta when there is a reference to the old guy. You will probably think automatically about that. I'm just doing an example, but we are also trying to apply algorithms to go through the data, but nothing can replace a human being yet. So you have to be very thorough in doing your work in data entries so that researchers can take the maximum advantage from the data in the future. Do you have any other questions, any other observations, remarks? Okay, I was hoping you would prevent me from speaking more, but there's no way. Oh, I think we can take a lunch break because the next phase will be looking at the interviews, and that's going to be a little bit more complex. I will leave you to go for lunch now, and I'll meet you again in an hour or so. So let's say at 1:30 p.m. Nairobi time. It's 12:20. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a nice lunch. You also think about any questions or remarks you might have, so that we will have a little discussion after lunch before we go into the technicalities of interviews. But don't worry too much. It's going to be pretty simple. So what is left is going through the interview work, possibly also taking advantage of your examples you might have brought today. And then I have to walk you through the data submission procedure, which is pretty simple, but still requires a little few more steps to be done. Voila. So you have a nice lunch. I'll leave the connection open, but also send me a little WhatsApp message when you're done because I'll be in the other room. So let me know when you're ready to resume the session. I'll be there.
Right.
Okay. You have a nice lunch, Dix, and you too.
Bon appetit, Dixon.
Bon appetit to you too, guys. Ciao, ciao. Yes, Susan, you wanted to say something?
Oh, should I start recording?
Yes, please. Yes. Sorry, I always forgot the recording. Later, at the end of the session, I will try and find the recordings. And okay. Anyway, so at the end of the interview, you must ask the interviewee to provide you a little bit of generic information. Now, there's something here about the name. I see these instructions, they're not entirely up to date. Actually, we prefer the anonymous form. So here it says that if the interviewee demands to remain anonymous, whereas it is rather the other way around. We promise and guarantee anonymity by default. And if there's any different request from the interviewee, we can also mention his name in the interview profile that we will create for the interview. So, oh no, sorry, this is Remy. Let me just answer this real quick. Alors, professeur, bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Ça va bien. Ouais, c'est bizarre. Ouais. Bah, écoutez, on va voir là. Non, moi je pense qu'on va pouvoir éviter ça. Je pense que c'est une espèce de petite histoire entre ICRAF, IRD, Minana, que Dominique était au courant de tout ça, ni Angela. Angela et Dominique, elles travaillent pour l'IRD, c'est Angela qui a fait la réservation de la salle. Ces moments-là, elle nous a réservé des repas, et là, c'était clair dès le début qu'il y avait des frais à payer, et nous, on a accepté des débits, on a payé, etc. Cette histoire de salle, pour moi, ça a l'air d'un truc un peu interne où tout d'un coup, ils se rendent compte que ce n'est pas des petites réunions, c'est des séances, alors que les horaires de la réservation étaient clairs dès le début. Et du coup, elle reçoit cette demande, ligne budgétaire tout de suite, voilà, ça fait un peu bizarre. Donc, moi, je pense que Dominique va pouvoir ajuster tout ça. Elle était très gentille, elle était là lors de la première séance, elle est passée un moment voir l'équipe. Enfin, c'est quand même assez pas correct de dire aux gens vous avez un truc à payer quand ils sont déjà au 3e jour. Cette nouvelle-là, elle est déjà midi, quoi. Donc, j'ai écrit, vous avez vu à Dominique, dans l'espoir qu'elle arrive à tout ajuster. Si, à la limite, elle dit que c'est mieux de faire la dernière séance à l'IRD, il n'y a pas de souci, je lui dis, on fait ça. On va voir un peu. Mais bon, moi, je pense que ils n'ont aucune base pour me demander ces sous-là. Parce que tu fais une réservation d'une salle, on te dit tout de suite que tu as un truc à payer. Et en plus, au pire, tu arrives le premier jour, on te le dit tout de suite. C'est pas un truc qui peut sortir comme ça au 3e jour, tout d'un coup, par une chaîne de mails comme ça. Enfin, franchement, voilà. Mais j'imagine que Dominique va ajuster tout ça. J'ai cet espoir. C'est pour ça que j'ai écrit en lui disant, écoutez, là, on essaye de faire le possible. Parce que voilà, on dit pas non en principe. Quand même, c'est bizarre. Et en plus, on peut pas garantir parce que comme elle doit savoir, dans tous les projets scientifiques, il y a du budget, on peut pas juste. Voilà, il y a 800 € comme ça. On n'est pas les Nations Unies, nous. Donc, voilà. Écoutez, on va voir ce qu'elle dit. Si j'ai pas de réponse de elle d'ici 4 heures, je vais l'appeler pour lui demander un peu au moins qu'est-ce qu'on fait demain et de mieux comprendre un peu. Et ça, c'est l'état de ma voix lors des séances de formation. Ouais. Ouais. Non, mais heureusement, ils sont gentils, ils font plein de choses à leur tour et on se débrouille. Ouais. Et vous, professeur, excusez-moi juste pour savoir, vous voulez vous rejoindre demain? Vous avez un moment pour le faire, vous pensez? Ok. Ouais, j'imagine. Ouais, je sais. Ouais, ouais. Mais c'est quand qu'on vote? Ah oui, d'accord. Ah ouais, mais vraiment précis. Ah, vous avez raison. J'ai oublié de faire ça. Je vous envoie ça tout de suite. Un fichier avec toutes les entrées de toutes les élections, ça comprend aussi le Congo-Brazzaville. Et, et puis, dès que vous avez des nouvelles, moi, à 4 heures, enfin, à 15 heures, on va terminer la formation, parce que c'est 4 heures à Nairobi. Et du coup, si vous voulez parler des Stanislas et de comment faire pour le Congo, je serai là aussi. Je vous fais un mail là, en ce moment, pour les intrigues. D'ailleurs, on en a bien discuté aussi avec les amis ici. Ok. Ok, très bien. Parfait. Ok, ok, super. Ouais, j'essaye. Merci. Au revoir. Ciao. Sorry, guys. Remy says hello, and he'll join us. He'll try to join us tomorrow afternoon for the plot validation. So I was saying, you will ask to your interviewee a few questions. Well, you will report his or her gender, um, date of birth or year of birth, or an estimate about the age. It might be a sensitive topic. People don't necessarily have to reveal their exact age. It's important for us to know more or less which age group they belong to. If it's the first time that they vote or not, this will obviously be possibly evident depending on their age. If they want to tell you something about their jobs and their place of residence where they live, just to know if they are from the area or not. And also, if possible, something about their level of education. It's also important to try and observe any visible signs or declarations that you may do, that he or she may do, that pertain to the interviewee's religious, social, ethnic, or political identity. Without asking direct questions about this, if he is wearing or she a cross or some badge from a politician or any other sort of sign that may give you hints about their identity. It's important that you make a note of it and then enter it to EleQta in the ways I've showed you. So the interview topics are a bit more numerous than the others. They will also be significantly limited depending on when the interview takes place. So you will not always find all of these topics in your grids. There will always only be a part of them depending on whereas your mission is before, during, or after the vote. So I'll read them to you quickly if my voice holds. The first one's concern what the interviewee's attitude and reactions to the questioning are. So I insist on the fact that none of these topics must be viewed as a question that needs to be asked to the interviewee. These topics are only a grid to help you possibly orient the conversation towards certain topics if you feel like you need to do it. If the guy or girl or a person anyway stop speaking, then you know towards what more specific topics we want to gather information about, and you can try and orient the conversation there. They are in form of questions here, but don't be misled. you don't have to ask questions to your interviewee ever. Just at the beginning, what is your idea about this election? What is your feelings? What is your thoughts about this election? And then it really has to be something where he reveals his ideas spontaneously, and also the order and which ideas he reveals will give us a lot of information about what is really important about the election. If you start asking detailed questions, everybody will have an opinion about all of these points, which is not necessarily something that is of use to us. What is more of use to us is, what is your opinion about this election? And the guy will immediately, I don't know, mention his fear of violence, or he will immediately say, oh no, it's rigged, it doesn't matter. So what he says first is also important. When analyzing the interview data, you will also enter the interview data in a specific order, and that will be revealed to the other researchers, and they will see what comes first in people's minds and words. Okay, so anyway, few of these, the first three topics are about how the interviewee reacts to the interview. So what does he think about this interview on the election? If he ever says, oh, it's good, I'm happy to be interviewed, I'm not. How does he react to the fact that the interview is being recorded? So if he says no, if he says yes, anything. When you meet the person, everything that's said is already part of the interview. So even though you're not recording yet, you should try and remember, you should start recording as soon as possible. You should really immediately say, look, I'm doing interview work about the election for foreign universities. The information is completely anonymous. Can I record what we say? Do you accept to be interviewed? And then can I record what we say? And as soon as he accepts, or if he doesn't, you start recording or start taking notes. Then what is the interview? What is the attitude of the interviewee towards the interviewer? So you might also be able to enter information about statements that the interviewee does about you, or it's good, you're helping strangers to get information about what we do here, or you're just a foreign spy, or whatever. Then there is declarations about the interviewee, where if he if he declares anything about his voting decisions and what they are, or if he makes declaration about his identity, meaning religious, ethnic, social, gender, whatever concerns his identity. Just to give you a quick hint of how the interview analysis work will have to be done, so you understand how you will have to use these topics. You will have to replay the sound of the interview or to read the notes, and you will have to divide the interview in statements, little statements that are made by the interviewee. And each one of these statements will have to be entered separately into EleQta as a separate data entry, which will obviously be connected to one of these topics, and which will also possibly have other fields that might be filled in, like the relevant dossier implied, etc., etc. The fields are much less numerous in the interview data entry pages, but your analyze consists of reading the interview, splitting it into separate statements, and then creating a data entry for each statement. And that's also when the language gets translated if it's not English. You listen to the raw data, and then when you enter the statement into EleQta, it needs to be translated into English, because what we expect you to do is to enter the words spoken by your interviewee into the platform. So the first step you will have to do is to understand which topic each statement pertains to. So, and then we go to representations and memories, where we want to enter information about whether the interviewee mentions armed conflict connected to the past elections, and possibly he might even give you some personal experience, stuff that happened to him, stuff that he saw. In this case, you should also specify where and when these things were seen or witnessed. Have there been any outbreaks of violence against unarmed citizens or mass killings connected to the past elections? So this is more specific. This one is more generic, just armed conflicts in a generic way. And this is rather outbreaks of violence against unarmed citizens. So this is more pertaining to like police or armed forces repressing demonstrations or people in the streets, etc. And also mass killings are usually situations where there's unarmed people who are attacked by militias or police or armed forces, etc. Non-discursive practices. Your interviewee might mention the fact that he or somebody else is stockpiling food as a precaution. Just talk extensively about this. I think this needs other explanation. How does violence that erupted during past election constrain the candidate's supporters? So if he says that, you know, we can't do anything because the last time we were under such a threat that I can't just go out and participate to William Ruto's meeting because I'm sure that the police will crack down on me. So this is where you would classify this kind of statement. How does he or she relate or react to the instructions that are given by the party who dominates the neighborhood where they live? So it might be that they live in a place where everyone is voting for a specific side, and they might tell you, I'm following these instructions out of fear. I'm not following because I don't care. This is where you should put this kind of information. Again, your interviewee would not mention all of these points. But if the conversation stops, here is what you should try and, what type of information you should try and get out of it. So it's about the feeling, security, insecurity, voting constraints, perceptions about the leaders, perceptions about the campaigns. We'll get there soon. Are there any rumors about sorcery and witchcraft practices and human sacrifices connected to the election? So they might spontaneously speak about this. What are the verbal threats towards the neighbors suspected of supporting the opposite side or party, except on voting days, because we have a specific question for this. So there might be a situation where there are in the neighborhood, there are people who voice their contempt towards those who they think are supporting the opposite side. Might be or might not be. This is the same question, but it doesn't really particularly concern the relationship between neighbors. This might also happen in different contexts, but it has happened many times before in our experience. People will say, you know, my neighbor is nasty. He knows I'm voting for Kabila, and he threatens me every day. He shouts at me, and then it's verbal threats, and it also, you have the same two questions that concern rather the physical threats. Can also get physical between neighbors and in general terms. And this is always aggression, verbal or physical, towards someone that you think is going to vote for the opposite side. Maybe you might be thinking it with reason or without. There's been also cases of terrible persecution, even death, because people were suspected to vote for the wrong side. So, and then it goes more general. How do they feel in their neighborhood? So anything he or she might say about threats or, you know, the general atmosphere in the neighborhood. what are the feared consequences of expressing their opinions about political matters in general? So somebody will say, never speak of this because I'm afraid that there might be consequences. Or there's another question which is more specific and concerns really electoral matters, whereas this is more like political matters. Once again, some of these are very nuanced. Don't go crazy. Try to select the most specific topic. All the different labels that we want you to attach to the data in EleQta are also meant to somehow compensate for little discrepancies that might be between different researchers and how they judge the information and how they classify it. So it's all kind of taken care of. So don't go too crazy. If you have doubts, I'm always there, but don't panic. Are they aware of the presence of security forces in their neighborhood? Where? So if they do, you will have a map in your interview data interview data entering page, and you will be able to indicate positions and dates and times of events mentioned by the interviewee. I've been to a meeting yesterday in Kibera. You would fill in the second map, you would report the statement by the interviewee, and then you will fill in the map with this information that is contained in what he is saying. In fact, the interview data entry pages will only have the second map that is visible in the other types of data entry pages. The map that is meant to contain information about that is meant to indicate information contained in what the guy is saying, because the place where the interview is held will be known to us. So you won't have to fill it in every time. We know where the data comes from. It's the place where you held the interview. So you'll only have the second map. We'll take a look at it later, but I'm anticipating a bit. So then this is about the preparation of the vote. So what are the forms of political mobilization before the vote? In case the case I just mentioned, I went to the meeting with Ruto in Kibera. That's where I would fit this type of information. And then again, if he said I went to the meeting in Kibera yesterday, and then today I'm going to the meeting in front of the town hall, you should create two different data entries. It's always up to your good sense to split information, even if they are inside one and only statement, phrase. You should still think that he is expressing two different concepts, which are respectively, I went to the meeting in Kibera and I am going to the meeting in front of the town hall. So this is two data entries. I just noticed I'm not sharing my screen, but do you see what I'm?
We're just scrolling down.
I thought I was sharing the screen, but anyway. Luckily, I didn't put my fingers in my nose. So, then what does the interview think about the official campaign? So there will be information he might give you about the official campaign for either all candidates, but they have official campaigns where they say stuff and might mention their slogans and make fun of them or not, etc. Then we go to the presentations of in relation to polling station, polling booth, and ballot paper, which is always basically the same we just saw, but this time it's somebody talking about it to you in an interview. Representation of in relation to the IT systems used in the vote. So this also goes in the interview data if he or she has something to say about this. Symbolism of numbers. I don't know how far this will apply in Kenya, but in some cases, there is a particular relationship with numbers and their communication around the election date.
Like, for example,
Yeah.
and maybe this is a superstition, like for Raila, it's his fifth stab at the job to become the fifth president of Kenya. So he's using that as a what is it? He's playing in the numbers, using superstitiously to campaign that he's going to be the fifth president.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the fifth time he runs, and he will
Yeah,
be the fifth
that's-
president in case he won. All
Yeah.
right, so he has to win. There's no way. That's bad. Okay. No, but yes, this is an example, a perfect example. And if your interviewee mentioned this, then it's you should put it in there. Other instances of this type include, in particularly tense moments, one tends not to enumerate stuff so often in some contexts. Property, wealth, cattle, even children. I don't know. I don't know if it's so strong in Kenya or not, but in some places, really, when there's an election, people won't say how many kids they have, how many animals they have. It's a way of protecting. People become protective, and when they turn protective, these superstitions or beliefs or ideas, they grow stronger, and you can see it in how they speak. In some cases. Then, how does the interviewee refer to forthcoming children? Does one announce pregnancy or not? So again, you will probably not stumble on so many pregnant women, but anyway, there is a traditional refusal to announce pregnancies, and which is strengthened during electoral periods sometimes. So, but I don't know if it will happen or not. And then also about nomination. In some cultures, it is also nominate someone when he's not there is a way of harming him somehow. So people will not use the names of candidates they like, but they will rather use nicknames or other ways of referring to them because they think that communicating one's name is a negative influence on him. So I don't know if this will apply or not. I haven't seen so much of this in the interviews for the past election, but you never know. Then we have some things that pertain to the vote. So list or anyway, if he or she mentions any polling stations that are open or closed in the neighborhood, should be going into this topic here. Then where the opposition representative trained about what they should observe during the votes. Probably not, most of the people will really not know this, but it might also be that you get to interview someone that is playing a role in the polling station. We do not encourage you to do this, but we not discourage you. We don't discourage you either. You might know someone who's working at the polling station. It might be actually interesting to get his words, not necessarily on the voting day, but he or she will be someone that's been inside the polling station for the whole day. So they will know if there's been some kind of pressure of any type, and it's gonna be more visible to them than to someone like you who may peek into the polling station once because he has to vote or just stop by. Well, so then he or she might say something about waiting time to reach the polling booth. So, because this is a factor, usually it's susceptible of discouraging voters. So, you want to know if you should also obviously on the voting day and after, you should also try and guide the conversation towards really the moment of the vote. How did your interviewee feel when he went voting? Try to understand if he was confident, if he was afraid, he or she, if what he saw, if he suspects wrongdoings in the vote from what he saw. This is all interesting to us, not because we want to understand if there were actually wrongdoings or not, but because the perception of the people is central to what we're doing, rather than the truth. It's actually the perception who will guide electoral behavior rather than true information. So it is more important to assess perception than to assess the truth. And at least this is our approach. Then the truth should also be assessed, but we actually, all this initiative, I'm making another little digression here. All this initiative also stems from the fact that we have been working with professors and different scholars who were called to act as observers for elections in African countries. And the incredible, it's not incredible, but remarkable thing is that they all say that their work is completely useless because it is impossible to judge the transparency of an election by merely setting up a team of 10 people, sending them to a few polling stations, giving them only a partial access to the information, to the ballot papers, to the polling stations, and then they were all very conscious of the fact that they were merely there to legitimate the election a priori, meaning their mere presence. This election was held in the presence of the EU observers. So this is already a label for an election. Doesn't matter what these observers say. In most cases, these observers, they say either that the election was completely rigged, or they say we just don't have information because we were not allowed to access enough polling stations. We were not allowed to see where the ballot papers were going after the vote. And I assure you that all these reports, they say we don't know, but still they are upheld. The presence of these observers is upheld as something that testifies towards the transparency of the election. And actually, the other way around, the EU or different countries will refuse to send observers to elections where they, to which they don't, let's say, agree. No matter what the result is going to be, if they're not in good terms, a potential probable winner, they would just not send observers. And so he cannot use this little label. It's kind of weird, but this is how electoral observation actually works. So that's absolutely far and distant from what we want to do. Is that clear? Is that understandable to you?
Mhm.
So, well, the interviewee's impressions about the atmosphere at the polling station. So here we want to, as I said, to pay attention to emotional aspects, fear, confidence, etc. Then what does he say about whether citizens show that they have voted or not? Everybody was coming out with their finger, showing their fingers, the ink on their fingers. People were hiding, etc. If there are electoral lists and voting practices that apply physical marks, how does one behave in relation to the visible marks in the neighborhood and elsewhere. So this is even more specific about showing or not that you have voted through physical marks. There's also other ways of showing you have voted, uh, uh, just voicing it. It was very common in some situations to have people on the voting day walking on the street and just, I went to vote, I'm happy about that, and just letting everybody know that. Then here we go back to verbal threats towards those who are suspected of supporting the opposite side on the voting day. And this can apply to neighbors, it can apply to anyone, and then it can also be physical threats. Again, towards neighbors and towards anyone else. Then we have a little topic here about vote counting procedures. So how do they take place? Is there agreement about the signature of the proceeding? Again, this is not something that everybody will know, but if you happen to interview someone who has this kind of information, that's where it should fit. And then the struggle over figures. So here, the interviewee might mention how and which figures are produced and diffused by the incumbents and by the opposition. And yes, and then he or she might also give an interpretation about the struggle over turnout. Obviously, there will be different figures that will circulate probably in Kenya too, according to the video we saw yesterday, where we already know that somebody will gather data at the polling stations in parallel with the IEBC, and there will be information circulating about turnout. So, and there might also be a struggle about different figures being given about this. Sorry. How then we go to what happens after the vote, also immediately after. So how do people live through the wait for the results to be announced? What is the atmosphere, emotional aspects? What is the effect of unfavorable rumors about the interviewee's supported candidate? There will be a lot of rumor, usually is, about who won, who lost, and the interviewee might also express ideas about what the effects of these rumors might be on his supported candidate. Oh, I love Ruto. Everybody says he's going to lose, but I'm sure he doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He's going to win anyway. Or maybe they're going to say, the atmosphere is so heavy, everybody is against him. It's not going to work. Then, what is the effect of the rumors pertaining to the confirmation of the expected winners? If there is an expected winner, there might be rumors that say that he's going to be confirmed. And it is remarkable that in many instances, the official results might be, it's a bit cynical to say, but might be influenced by rumors in a way. There is always, I'm against the idea that a perfectly transparent election can ever exist, either in Africa or in the West. I was confirmed, in my opinion, as late as a few days ago, where I had a friend who was working in a polling station here in Marseille, and he told me, elections are about and organized by people, and it's not a perfect mechanism. And he is a square guy. He wouldn't allow or like this kind of situations, but this is Marseille, and Marseille is a city where everybody says this is Marseille, which means that lots of things are allowed that shouldn't be allowed. And he witnessed a lot, little rigging one way or another. Ballot papers being discarded a bit precipitously because there was a little difficulty interpreting them, and it was always in one direction, etc., etc. So a perfectly fair and transparent election cannot exist. And in many instances where we have saw, the official results are a product of careful thought rather than merely being the product of statistical combination of the data that is coming from all around the country. As you know, there was a time when it was very common to have figures that were scandalous, 99%, 90%. Now this is over because the candidates, dictators, I would say, have become smarter, and they know that a 99% election is not the source of legitimacy on the international scene, and even locally, it doesn't work anymore. So they even have teams who take care of electoral matters, and one of the responsibility of these teams is to keep it credible. So it is it is a delicate discourse, and I don't want to say that the election is going to be rigged or what. When the results are completely in clash with the rumors, it is that things will not end good, that there will be unrest after the election. So there is an effort to manipulate rumors towards a direction. There might also be an effort to adequate results to certain rumors, etc., etc. So then the amount of intervention that is possible upon the results is variable. It might be close to zero, I hope so, but you never know. So rumors are very important to us, and we really want to try and understand what they are, especially during the wait for the results, which is a moment of trepidation, and it's also a moment where in many cases fear is quite high, because I don't know, but there might be people in Kenya who think, what if Ruto wins? How is it going to go with Kenyatta and Odinga? How are they really going to give up power? Are they going to do like Odinga did and then try to negotiate? Are they going to spark some sort of violence to destabilize Ruto's rule and maybe lead even the international community to put pressure so that they negotiate and they find a deal and they share power? So I think that there will be a lot to observe at in this moment. And I was also going to say that if you are conducting missions in your neighborhood and you feel like it's interesting to go and interview people on a specific moment which is not really part of your mission, you're obviously free and welcome to do it, and it will count as work done. And because at the end of our briefings, I will give you rough estimates of what we expect in terms of data entries from each one of you. So it is at your discretion to also, force the boundaries that we have given to you to provide us with interesting data, which is always the main goal. So you want to go out. I think that we will decide with Remy whether we want your third mission to be before the results are announced or after. It is probable that it will be after, because that's what we usually do. We probably don't have enough budget to ask you to do 4 missions, which in some cases we do, which would be 1 before, 1 during the vote, then 1 after the vote, but before the results are announced, and 1 after the results are announced. So, but it might also be interesting to try and get the feel of the situation, talk to someone during the wait for the results, which is a critical moment. Then we have something about what happens when the results are officially announced. So what does the interviewee say about what he saw on that day? What happens between the vote and the official announcement of the results? For how long are they awaited? So again, there are some repetitions in the topics because some of them will just disappear from one moment to the other. So this is meant to contain information that is given retrospectively by the interviewee, who might, after the results are announced, he might say something about how long he had to wait before he got it. Then what are the statements used by the interviewee to justify an opponent being put to death? A death sentence may not be actually carried out, but it might be a way to really exclude someone from society. And in some cases, in some neighborhoods, these things circulate and have their weight, and they always have a way in which they are formulated. So it might be that your interviewee really mentions somebody's death, a candidate, but also a neighbor or someone, and voilà, this is where you should put this kind of information. You see, here we're talking about radicalization when things become violent. Might not be the case. What are the incendiary speeches and declarations pertaining to the divulgations of the results? Through what channels are they spread? There might be a lot of information circulating about the divulgation of the result. They're not saying anything to us. They're keeping the secret. And this might be inciting people to react violently to the situation. Then, are there any rumors about the distribution of weapons after the announcements of the results? In some cases, there might be strong tension after the results are announced, namely with one party or one coalition or group refusing the results and igniting civil conflict. And this will possibly be announced by the distribution of weapons among the population or those who might embrace weapons to fight. Then perceptible violence used by a candidate or party's supporters in their speeches and stances. So this applies to the whole period. There might be truly violent declaration about within the parties and their supporters. So if the interviewee relates about them, you should put the information in here. Then how are those considered as traitors or double agents being tracked and hunted down? So it might be that the interviewee describes what they do to people who they suspect of being traitors, etc. Then there's a topic about the techniques used by authorities for peacekeeping. If this is all what your interviewee says, he says, yeah, it's good. They're there. There are numerous police is there, guaranteeing security, etc. On the other hand, there might be also techniques used by the authority to exercise violence, which may also include the same practices, armed forces, etc. But in the perception of the people, these strategies, these actions might be completely different. Somebody might think that they're for peacekeeping. Some others may rather view them as a threat. Then we're looking now at the knighting of the winner, the acceptance of the winner's capacity to rule. So, how is favor to the victory of the expected winner praised? So, what does the interviewee say about the victory of the expected winner? There might be an expected winner in the election. I don't think this is the case in Kenya. It seems pretty uncertain. So these things might hardly apply. But for some people, there might be. Somebody might be cynically saying, I know it's going to be Odinga because there's no way Kenyan politics can change. So he will have a perceived expected winner, and he might phrase his favor to his victory or his opposition to his victory. The sentence I just mentioned, I know it's going to be Raila because again, it doesn't ever change. It's rather something that expresses a little bit of opposition or at least disappointment with Raila. So I would rather put it in the second topic. What are the signs and practices and declarations of acceptance after the winner is announced and sworn in? If the interviewee might describe how he reacted, he was happy, he wasn't happy. So there's acceptance in topic number 59, and then there's refusal in number 60. So what happens when the winner takes oath? So how does the interviewee describe the moment when he takes oath? How much importance is given to the ceremony? Is it actually a source of legitimacy, or is it just a ritual? And then does the interviewee find the winner to be legitimate? This is about the interviewee's opinion about whether the leader is legitimate or not, and possibly even why. How the elected leader's objective capacity and ability to rule over his fellows is praised. So we will, as I said, legitimacy is about demonstrating one's capacity and ability to rule. That's it. I am entitled, I'm capable, I'm the one. And leaders will, especially after they are elected, will try to convince the people that they have this capacity, this ability, and they will try to give as much objective evidence about this as they can. This is going to happen before and after the results are announced. And so how is it phrased? The interviewee might describe arguments that the winner uses to convince the citizen that he is fit to rule. So we want this information to go in here. Then how does the winner comply to the image, posture that he has assumed during the campaign? So during the campaign, Ruto is the man for change. After victory, how does he comply to this image? Will he comply? Will he not comply? The interviewee might tell you something about this. What are the recognized signs of the winner's competence to rule? So here it is about what the interviewee actually acknowledges to be an effective proof of the winner's capacity and competence to rule. He is actually the fittest one because he's been in state business for because it's it might even be it's the 5th time he runs, he's going to be the 5th president. It's perfect. Might even be this. There's nothing that is inherently objective or effective. It's what is effective in the interviewee's mind that interests us. What are the calculations done by the citizens who gave up rebellion or challenging the results? So, and we have also a very similar topic that concerns the losers who give up rebellion or challenging the results. Losers are those who participate in the political competition, whether it's presidential candidates or local, it doesn't matter, but the interviewee may say something about how they justify their acceptance of the results. So not revolting against them. This is something that Raila Odinga has done in the past election after challenging the result for a while. At one point he said, okay, I'm giving up. And he must have explained it somehow, possibly by claiming that he was getting a share of power and that next time it's going to be me, and which is actually becoming true. Who knows? And this first earlier one, number 67, rather applies to the citizens who are also susceptible to rebel and challenge the results, and they might at one point give up because it's too dangerous, because I'm tired, because I got other things to do, etc., etc. And then there's a usual generic topic where you can put anything else that is relevant and that you don't know where to put. Do you have any questions or remarks about these interview topics?
I have a question. One of the, especially for the interviews I'm intending to do before the elections, I'm intending to have one as a format to have like multiple people, around 3 or 4 from different backgrounds and all. So when I'm putting in an entry, should I put entries for each of the individuals, or just put all of the interviewers as a singular entry?
No, you will have to. I will show you. When you are entering interview data into EleQta, you have to go through an extra step, which is creating an interview. So an interview is one dialogue with one person. So you will have to create 4 or I don't know how many separate interviews, and then enter the data inside each interview for each interviewee. Data interview entry pages are meant to be much more simple than the other interview data entry pages, so it should be pretty quick for you to do all this. It is also possible to clone interview data entries, but not between different interviews, only within the same one. It's like EleQta works like this. You have drawers where the data is being stored, okay? So there's one big drawer, which is the archival data drawer. And that's just one big drawer for one researcher, for one election. You'll have only one big archival data drawer. Then what I'm doing when I create missions for you, I assign missions to you in EleQta. I am creating drawers where you can store the data for the missions. So each mission is a separate drawer itself, which is divided into one drawer for the observation data. So each mission has one drawer for observation data. And then after you have done the interviews and you enter them into EleQta, you will create another subdivision within the mission. There's a part of the mission where the interview data goes, and in there you will create separate drawers for each interview. So you will have to create manually the interview. And when you create the interview, you have to enter some basic data about the interview. I'll show you right now, which will basically tell a lot to EleQta about all the interview data entries for that interview. You will tell to EleQta the location of the interview. You will tell to EleQta the date and time. You will tell to EleQta who the person you're talking to is. So the source is going to be already there. because it's going to be an interviewee, etc. So the data entry page will be extremely simplified. But you will also have to create a dossier for the person you interview, where you will, because the person you interview goes within the sources component of EleQta. There is a special place where you can create dossiers that will only be visible to you for the interviewees, because we don't even want your fellow researchers to know who you're interviewing or not. It's of no relevance to them. So you will have a special place where you will see your interviewees' dossiers very rapidly. That's where you will have to enter the information about their age, gender, job, if possible, identity, etc. This is basically the structure. You have a big drawer for archival data, sub-drawers for the missions, which in turn are divided into one drawer for observation data and several drawers for the interviews. And this is multiplied for each mission you have. So this helps EleQta to fill in certain fields in the data entry pages to save work, basically. Is there any other questions or remarks, doubts? Okay. I'm going to switch to screen sharing. I'm going to show you the interview, how you create interviews and how you enter the data for them. And then we'll try to make a quick exercise. So I'm going back to my actions page here. There it is. So as you see, for the interviews, which is the green part, there is not a button that would allow you directly to enter that. EleQta first asks you to create a new interview. So what we will do here is start creating an interview, and the interview creation page allows you to, demands you actually to enter the date and time of the interview, and then the location of the interview. Use my current location still doesn't work with me, but it works with you, which is pretty good. So let's say, I don't know, just put a spot anywhere here. As usual, you can add extra location. When it comes to the source, right here, you have to enter the name of the person. I mean, not the name, sorry, some kind of reference to the person that you have interviewed. You are welcome to use any type of reference. It can be his first name, if he thinks that will protect the anonymity. It can be a code, a number, anything. The only condition is that you either make a note or firmly keep in mind what code or nickname you have attributed to a person. Because if you interview him again, you will have to say it to EleQta by, instead of creating a new dossier for the interview, when you enter the second interview with this person, you will simply select the dossier that already exists for him. So let's say I interviewed the bartender at my cafe. Well, so this is the code I'm giving. In this case, it's pretty obvious, but if it's a number or something else, you should probably have a little piece of paper in your pocket and write down the number and then who that guy is. Not necessarily by name and surname, but something that allows you to recognize him. Is that clear? This is just if you interview someone twice, you need to know how you refer to him the first time, for as far as EleQta is concerned. So I'm going to call this guy bartender in my cafe. As usual, the dossier does not exist because this is the first time I'm interviewing him. So I will write his name down, and I will click on this button. I will click on it, and now the dossier is created. So once again, there is a further step I need to do after this, which is going to my dossiers and tell him that this is an interviewee. Tell EleQta that this is an interviewee. I'll show you how to do this. You should at least add a few words about the circumstances interviews, the interview circumstances at the bar, for example, or you know, particularly if there's anything that may strain the confidence of the person you're talking to. If there's people listening, police in the area, I don't know, anything that might give indications to those who look at this data about what happened and what might have constrained the interviewee and made him not at ease. And then the next step, which can be done immediately later, is to upload the raw contents of the interview. So this is the only place in EleQta where you're allowed to upload multiple files instead of just one. And this is because your recording might be stopped and restarted, or it's because your notes consist of several pages, etc., etc. So over here you can upload a file, and once the upload is done, you still have an upload file button, and you can upload another one, etc., etc. Again, there is a field which you can fill in if you don't manage to upload temporarily or permanently, and you have to enter a reference to the file so that either you yourself or us can find it after. If you have problems in uploading, it is important that you somehow classify the information that you're gathering during the campaign in a folder structure that makes it easy for you to find again. And by paying attention that no double names, so that it's going to be easy. Once the information is uploaded to EleQta, it's safe. So you don't need to store it in further. EleQta is also meant for you not to be compelled to just walk around with phones or stuffed with information about the political life, because this might expose you to kinds of trouble in some cases. So once you have entered all the information about the interview, click on create, and the system directs you automatically to a page where there is a list of the interviews for a specific mission. So over here, you can start entering data for that interview. You can edit the interview if you want to. If you didn't, for example, if you didn't manage to upload the raw contents straight away, you can edit the interview, and you will just be directed to the same page we just saw, where you can upload further files, change the information, anything you might need to do. Or you can enter and view the data for that specific interview. Another thing you can do from up here is create a new interview. Okay, so you will have different interviews. Each interview will have specific data pertaining to that interview. So be careful when you click on these green buttons, because once you will have created a second interview, I will do it. So you'll see it does. You will have a list of interviews which will contain all the interviews for that. Oh wow, I've interviewed Uhuru this time, and upload it. Okay, so I am creating the second interview, and this is what happens when I have a second element in this table. See, there's two interviews. So there is information here, namely the source. So this would usually help you not to make mistakes, but be careful. So once you have, and possibly the best way to do this is you do your interviews, you leave with the raw data, and you create one interview, you analyze one interview, and then you switch to the next interview. It's the easiest way not to get confused. You don't have to do it that way, but if you don't, you'll have to make the right choice here. If you create all your interviews, you've interviewed 10 people, on one mission day. You create them all, then you have to be careful because when you do the analysis, you will have to click on the right button right here. So it might be a little bit tricky. Whereas if you create them progressively, it's always going to be the last one. So it's going to be easier to click on the right button. So once you have created an interview, you cannot delete interviews if you make mistakes and you need to delete something. Whereas it's interviews or anything, you must ask me to do it. And you have to give me the ID. You see everything in EleQta, interviews, data entries, dossiers as an ID. And that's the best way to refer to something that you need to delete. So once you have created the interview, there's one important thing that you have to do. It's if it's the first time you're interviewing, you have created a dossier for this. It's the case with the bartender over here. So I suggest to do it even before you analyze and enter the interview contents, but you can also do it later. You have to remember to do it. It's not as bad as with the other dossiers that you create in the data entry pages because the interviewee will always remain available to you only, unless you interview Uhuru, which I don't think is not going to be the case. Anyway, I created the dossier for the bartender, so I go to the dossier section, just like we did the other day for, I don't remember which one of these it was, maybe Twitter. I go to the dossier list, click on the dossier number column, so it shows me the last created one on top. And here he is, the bartender. And as you can see, it is to be completed. So I'm clicking on the edit button. And I will choose as the type remains my dossier, because that's where the interviewee dossiers have to be. And then I have a subtype, which is interviewee, which I want to select. And when I do that, you see that the fields here change a little bit. And I get a field for gender. I get a field for profession. I get a field for place of residence and level of education. Date of birth and first vote date. Over here, it's also about good sense. You know, you might not have his birth date. You don't ask them the birth date exactly. You might ask them his age, if he is willing to provide it. If he is, you will have to calculate which year he was born. And if he doesn't provide you with the exact age, you will try to put an estimate in here, if possible. Okay? First vote date, that's his thing. You can leave this empty if it's not the first time. If you know he voted for the first time in 2017, you can put 2017. What is actually most important is to know if he is voting for the first time in 2022. And if that's the case, you select year and you select 2022 obviously. I mentioned that you should not ask direct questions, but try to gather information about the identity of the person. The identity of the person should be entered into EleQta in terms of relationships with other dossiers. Because we have dossiers for ethnic groups, we have dossiers for religious groups, we have dossiers for different types of social identity that people may want to uphold. This is quite elaborate. You don't have to go crazy on this. But I guess we have something about the Catholics. No, we don't. Do we have something about the Christians? No, we don't. We should probably, I will give you a little homework today, which will be, one of you should just write down a list of the main religions in Kenya. Another one should write down a list of main ethnic groups, which might be partly there, but I see that the Kalenji are not there either. So we have to develop a little bit this dossier part, especially for what concerns the social groups. So I will ask you to just very quickly, it doesn't have to be super thorough, but the main ones, okay, main religious groups, main ethnic groups, and obviously, if the person makes a statement about his political identity, then you will have to create a relationship. Ah, there is a thing, but the Kalenji are not there. Okay. All right. This needs a little bit of fixing. Anyway, there is surely part where we have political parties. There they are. So over here, we will, if the guy says I vote for, well, some of these have to be also updated. Yes, we'll have to do that. Tomorrow we will rapidly go through the dossiers in the morning after you have prepared these little lists. So somebody should do, I'll write this down and then you will tell me who wants to do what. Somebody should do the parties. Somebody should do the religious groups. Then the ethnic groups. Okay. And yeah, I think that's more or less it for now. Anyway, information about the identity of the person are to be entered in terms of relations to other dossiers. So once you have done your verifications in here, you click on save, and now the dossier will still remain visible to you alone, but it will be classified among the interviewees sometime. At the end of the campaign, there must be no dossier that remains like this. By the way, this needs to be deleted because I created it with this user, so you can't see. Delete. Okay. Well, is this clear so far?
Yeah. Okay. Can I suggest a dossier like lobby groups? They are like the
Yes.
Some lobby groups, maybe like the Association of Manufacturers.
Yes, and actually we have a place in EleQta for that in the dossiers. So it should also be done by tomorrow to try and make a quick list of these lobby groups. Yes, absolutely. Let me just go to the types and subtypes list because I tend to also forget. See, ethnic, religious interest groups, that's what we call them. Because lobbies, it's just a matter of words. But lobbies tend to be organizations. Like a lobby has a hierarchic structure. It has a leader, it has an office, headquarters. So groups are not to be, and in fact, we have lobbies here in the organizations. Groups are, in many cases, connected to organizations. Like, for example, most of the religious groups, they have a church. So they have some kind of organization, a clergy, someone who's on top. And there will be a relation between the dossier pertaining to the church and its own religious group, which are the believers. The believers do not inherently have an organization. They are a social group. So we have to make lists of all these groups, but a personal identity is not necessarily something where you recognize the existence of an organization. You can be a believer and really not like church. You can, you can be a Kikuyu and maybe not recognize the Kikuyu leaders if there are official Kikuyu leaders also in politics. So it's a nuance, but it's important to us. So anyway, lobbies always represent represent what we call interest groups, farmers, industrialists, street cleaners, anything. So there's always a group behind them, and yes, tomorrow I would say, Dini, since you made the proposal, I would maybe put you in charge of taking care about this lobby aspect, maybe by also thinking about the organizations, if there are any, that are really important. We only need to put the really big ones in, the ones that you already heard about, because they played a role in politics. So we will enter the lobby, the organization, and we will enter the interest group that it represents, and we will create a relation among them. So this will also make some exercise for us tomorrow morning. Voila. And then we'll see who gets the parties, who gets the religious groups, and who gets the lobby, who gets the, sorry, the ethnic groups. Okay, let me go on with the interview data entry pages, because that's quite important. Sorry, so we have entered our dossiers. Now I'm going back to my interview list. So as you can see here, I have only one mission, and there's a button to view my interviews. I will access the list of all my interviews. I will have to pay attention to which interview I'm actually working at. So you get home, or the interview is over, it can be done on the same day, on the following day. We encourage you not to wait months or weeks, because it is better to have things fresh in mind when you do the analysis. What you will do is you will sit down at home or somewhere else. You don't have to be at home, you can be done anywhere. And you will start listening to the interview. And as soon as, or reading the notes, and as soon as the interviewee has expressed an idea, stop the recording, stop the reading, and you enter that idea in the form of an interview data entry. So if you click on the interview data entry button, you will see the page is extremely simplified compared to the other data entry pages. There's a choice of topic, which you should be familiar with. Over here, you have all the topics we just went through. You will have less of them once the missions are attributed. You won't have, if the mission is before, you won't see the topics that pertain to what happens after the vote, etc. You have a text box where you should put the exact words pronounced by the interviewee, translated into English if it's not, if the interview is not English. So this is where what the interviewee said goes. And it's in the first person, okay? You don't need to say the interviewee said that. You just say, put the words of the guy directly. I like William Root. I don't like William Root. It goes in there directly, just like he said it. There is all that's left about the associated file. So the associated file, when you create an interview data, EleQta knows that the associated file is the raw data of the interview that you have uploaded while you created the interview. Remember when we created the interview, we uploaded the recording or the notes. There was a possibility to enter multiple files. And right here, we encourage you to add some information about where in the file or files you have uploaded this sentence is being said. So if you are listening to an interview, you surely have in front of your eyes as a minute and second. So you will enter 25 seconds. Or you will put page 1. You have several pages of notes. This is always to help the researcher to find the place where the sentence is, because some people are interested in how things are phrased. If the language is translated, they might be interested in hearing the original sound and what was originally said, or even looking at the notes. So this is where you're strongly encouraged to do this for every interview data entry to put at what point of the recording you are listening. It doesn't have to be super precise, but no, just to give an idea. It says it all here anyway. Dossiers involved, you're familiar with this. The guy mentioned Ruto. So voila, I'm gonna put William Ruto in here. The guy mentioned Uhuru. I'm gonna put Uhuru also. There's two of them. It's bad. I need to check about this. Sorry, is somebody ringing a bell? Give me a second. Sorry, I'm back. So 2 dossiers for Uhuru, this needs to be fixed too. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything with it now. Anyway, here there can be multiple dossiers, multiple actors that are being mentioned in the statements by your interviewee. So, police force in the neighborhood. It's my son's friend. This is the first time he sees our new house. Wants to see. So I saw police force in the neighborhood. So is there something about the police? Kenya Police Service. So it's being mentioned. Saw police forces in my neighborhood insulting Ruto. Well, so these 2 dossiers are involved. So as I mentioned earlier, this data entry page only has 1 map. It's the second map. Okay, so the first map, EleQta already knows where you have gathered the information. It's the place of the interview, the date and time of the interview. So I saw police forces yesterday in my neighborhood insulting Ruto. So this statement contains information about an event. The guy seen police forces in his neighborhood. We know where and when this event took place. So this is the information we need to put into the map. Okay. If the statement were, I feel fear in connection to this election, second map stays empty. Okay, there is no event, no date and time, no place contained in the information he is giving. Is that clear? Is it clear or not?
It's clear.
This okay. This is the second map. This is what in the other data entry pages is the second map. So I don't want you to put every time in this map the location of the interview. It will do no harm to EleQta, but it will just make an extra work for you. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so keep in mind that this is additional time, date, and location contained in the information. It is not the place where you have gathered the information that should be filled in the first map, if there was one. Okay. So right here, I'm going to put yesterday. No, let's just keep it to a day precision. And yesterday, the 28th, and the neighborhood. I still wonder why this doesn't work for me. Anyway, I just put a spot on the map, and and there's, as usual, there's a little place where you can put your analysis if you want. Interviews will probably produce a significant number of data entries, so I would say don't waste too much time in analyzing things too thoroughly. You're free to do it, you're welcome to do it. It's not that you will be judged disfavorably if you don't analyze everything, okay? So once you are done, you see the fields are less and should be fast to fill in. The really essential ones are the text, where the words said by the interviewee have to go. The reference to the associate to help researchers find where in the raw interview that the sentence was said, and the dossiers involved are also pretty important because, as usual, they allow us to create connections between data entries. The map doesn't have to be filled in always. It does have to be filled in. It's mentioning an event and the analysis just mentioned. So once you're done, you click on create. Remember that you have to click on the blue buttons when you're done. Otherwise, EleQta does not say what you have done. It's not like just filling in the fields will give you the data entry. You have to click on create. So once you have clicked on create, you will see a list of the data entries for a specific interview. So from here, you can go on. You restart the sound of your interview. The guy is going to say something else. When he says another, he expresses another idea, stop the sound and create another interview data entry by clicking on this button here, or by cloning the existing interview data entry. If he says, I saw police in my neighborhood and in front of the town hall on that day, you might just want to clone the existing data entry, and the only thing that changes is instead of indicating his neighborhood, you will switch the position to in front of the town hall. Okay, is this clear?
Yeah.
And then obviously also, sorry?
Sorry, I thought you were done with that, but I wanted to seek clarification. Where exactly do you, if the interview needed translation, where do you enter that information?
The text in here should be translated in English.
Okay.
You can also, if you want, no problem in writing the text in another language, but an English translation has to be there. It is not necessary to have the text in another language because, well, in some cases it is not easy to transcribe African languages. In other cases, and in any case, we have the raw contents of the interview, which will be, if it is sound, will be in the original language. So you don't need to make a transcript of the interview in the original language. You can, I mean, extra data is never a problem, but it's also a matter of how much work you do, okay? So we don't need to transcribe all the interviews in the original language and then translate. You can just listen to them. Every sentence you hear, if it expresses an idea that is relevant, you create a data entry and you just put translation, which remains in first person. I saw police forces yesterday. I would just say here that it's not in my neighborhood anymore, but it's in front of the town hall. So it's always the guys. The guy may have told you this in Kalenji or in another language, and you're translating it word by word as literal as you can, and you put it in there. You are free to put the words in the other language too, but English has to be there because otherwise EleQta will not be able to analyze. African languages are complex to translate, and transcription is not, how you say, it's not always the same. So it gives us a lot of trouble so far. They're developing things, etc. But we need a translation to be done in here, and that's all we need basically, because the raw content is available to us. If you take notes in English, the original words will be lost. It's too bad. There's nothing you can do about that. If you take notes in another language and upload the notes in the original language, and then you you translate them in the data entries. But the notes can be uploaded, and the notes, they don't have to be typed. You can just take a picture of your notebook and upload it as an image file. Okay, you don't need to transcribe. So once you have realized you have filled in the clone, you also have to click on create. Cloning is not automatic. Clicking on the clone button will only lead you to a data entry page that's already filled in. If you don't click on create, it won't work. So as you can see here, I failed. I put the wrong topic. This should have been reducing these forces, etc. But you can see here we have two data entries that are very similar, but there's obviously a difference in the text. The guy might have said in just one sentence, I saw police forces in front of the town hall and in my neighborhood insulting Ruto. You will have to decompose this into two different sentences because each data entry has to be understandable in itself. Okay. So this was an example of cloning. If I click on enter interview data up here, I will simply access an empty interview data entry page where I can just, let's say, I'm glad I'm being interviewed. And so this is what does he think about the interview? And this, he said it at the very beginning, 00:15 seconds. Doesn't involve anyone in particular. There is no place involved, no place containing the information, no date containing the information. And this is hardly necessary, so it's done. I just click on create. Now my interview has 3 data entries, and so on until you finish listening to the whole interview. And at that point, you can go back to the interviews list for that mission and start working on another interview, which you might already have created, or you might just create on spot. Is this clear to you how this works?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just to remind you, if you go in the help section here, this is all repeated 1,000 times. You have, and I also sent it to you on the group. The main resource for everything is the research manual. This is a kind of Bible that contains everything we have said these days and possibly much more, including ultra detailed informations about how to fill in the fields. But this is general information about the project in the first chapter. Then you have preparing the encounter, logging in, but this is very basic. Some users we deal with, especially the older ones, they have real issues with IT, so we need to explain everything. There are small paragraphs about dates and times and geographical information, how maps work, satellite classic, 2 fingers to swipe the map on a mobile device, finding a position on the map, refining search results, etc., etc. It's very detailed. You don't need to read it all. You might just take a look at it before we start the missions. But anyway, it's very detailed and it's not necessary. There are parts who concern only the supervisors creating missions. You're also going to work on the topics to refine them and eliminate those who are not necessary. I've already thought of a couple of topics which I think you should add. Then there is what I wanted to show you is, but this is all about the dossiers. Again, types sometimes to create them, how to fill them in. Pay attention. The blue boxes and pink boxes are little advice that might be useful, and I suggest that you, if you go through all this rapidly, that you concentrate your attention on these boxes, because that's what there's, small bits of information that I have already given to you, I think, at least for the most part. but might be good to keep in mind. This is about the system errors, what you got the first day. So this is what we say, unstable connections, etc. Filling out the pages, blah. Why are there two maps into chronological fields? This is also because we got a lot of misuse of this feature. Explanation, and then who benefits from the. So this is obviously about keeping in mind that you're working for someone, and that someone is not even me, who, despite everything, have certain knowledge of what happens in Kenya. Might be someone who is doing comparative research about different countries and really knows a little about Kenya. While naming associated files, blah, blah. There is instructions about how to make screen captures, which will be very useful to you, especially for the archival work. So if you don't know how to do it, you should tell me tomorrow. Tomorrow we will spend some time doing exercise. So we will fix our dossiers, like I said. We will make a small exercise in interview data entry using the audio you have already recorded, unless we manage to do this today, but I don't know. And then we will also take care of any issues you might have with your computers and phones, including becoming familiar with how to do screen captures on both tools, and downloading videos from YouTube, which is not always easy. As I said, we want you to upload the videos. So there are web pages where you go to, which allow you to download videos. We will make a test of this tomorrow because they change all the time. So, by the way, here's Mr. Odinga. This dates back from 2017. You have to see it still works. It's a service called SS YouTube, where you just add SS in front of the YouTube URL on top of your browser page, and it switches automatically to a page where you can actually download the video and store it in your computer to subsequently upload it to EleQta. Creating PDF files from internet pages. Saving an internet page is not sufficient because it will save a bizarre HTML file with images on the side. You have to create a PDF. Usually the easiest way is to simulate printing the page, and then instead of printing it, telling your computer to save it as a PDF. We'll just go through all this tomorrow morning to make sure that you're confident. There are tools to merge several PDF or other types of files into one. So web pages where you upload, say you have a PDF that consists of several pages and you want to upload it in one data entry, you can use these internet tools to merge several pages into one. We'll look at it tomorrow. And I will ask you to be very honest about capacities or not in this respect, without being afraid of being judged. There's something you don't know. And then there is one part we still have to do, and that I think we should take care about today, which is the validation, because tomorrow will be exercise day and plot discussion day in the afternoon. Today, I will just show you this one last feature of EleQta, which implies that every researcher has to submit the data once the campaign is over, or at least once he is sure that he doesn't have to intervene on the data anymore. So I usually encourage researchers to do this submission task at the end, after the campaign is over, after their last mission. There might be always reasons to go back on what you've done. it is also an opportunity to check on what you've done. And although it might be a little bit boring, because you will have produced quite a lot of data entries at the end of the day. As I mentioned, we expect you to produce roughly at least, I would say, 100 entries per mission, including interviews and mission observations. So this is 300, and maybe another 100 data entries for the archival work, which means if you consider 8 weeks, 25 is roughly 3 or 4 data entries per week. Just to give you an idea, we always privilege quality over quantities. So this is also a criterion for you to understand how many interviews you will have to perform during the mission, because some interviews may last 1 minute and others may last half an hour. Obviously, they don't have the same weight for us. It is up to your good sense. After the first mission, I will give you some feedback about this. But in general terms, your interviews are very short, like 5 minutes or less. You should do around 10 of them. If they're longer, it can be much less. If your interviews last half an hour, 3 or 4 of them are good. I mean, you won't spend more than two hours interviewing people, 2-3 hours. You only have 1 day for your mission, so estimate half the day is going to be dedicated to the observation work, the other half to interviews, which doesn't mean that the morning is just observation and the afternoon is just interviews. You will have to spread your work and do both things. Possibly to interview people, you have to move from one place to another. So meanwhile, we'll do observation, but this is just a rough estimate of timing, which we give you to understand. What is sure is that your mission will not last more than 1 day unless you have a specific constraint. In some cases, researchers asked us, today is election day. I'm not really happy with interviewing people today, so I'd rather do it tomorrow. And obviously we allowed for that. So this can also be, you don't have to hesitate if you have these kind of requests. Okay, to tell Susan, she's a local supervisor, or me directly, today it's a political rally day, there's police everywhere. I'm not interviewing people because they're gonna hit. So, if this is the case, no problem. You just do the observation on that day. Try to do interviews maybe on another day. Voila. So everything is flexible in the project. Okay, where you go, how many times you go there, whether you do interviews or not, how frequent, how much delay there is between gathering the data and entering it into the platform. There may be force majeure factors that prevent you from entering the data rapidly. Internet connection is not good enough, internet blocks, all sorts of problems in my eyes. Nobody is gonna judge you, but there will be a deadline. There will be one date, I will tell you, which is going to be long after the campaign period is closed. I mean, the research campaign period is closed. It's probably going to be the end of September or something like this. That's going to be the deadline where I will ask you to have finished all your data entries and submitted them. And it's going to be important that you try and meet that deadline. That's all. For all the rest is flexible. That's also the moment when you will receive the little small final amount of money that is held by the French research institutions. Always ask for this condition to be maintained. A little part is given at the end. So as far as the data validation process is concerned, it's not difficult. There's several ways of doing it. there are, as you saw, after I create a data entry in each type of data entry, sorry, I want to go to my archival data page. There is a button. No, because I haven't created archival data entry for this guy. Let's just create one. I just put it at random because I will delete anything from this guy. The exercises we will do tomorrow, we will possibly keep the data, but this guy is a test guy, so he's just gonna disappear along with all the dossiers and double dossiers, etc. So I'm just entering anything here into the data entry, and once this is done, I'm sent back to my orange background page, and there is a little button here that says submit. So before you submit the data entry, you should anyway take a look at it. Taking a look at it means either accessing the edit screen, this, or the view screen, which is not directly available here, but it is in the data part. It doesn't matter. You just go on the edit part, where you just have to be a little bit careful, because if you do changes, they will be, and you click on save, it will be taken into account by the system. So if you're not sure what you've done, you just click on cancel. If you have made changes because they were meant to be changes, then you have to click on save. Otherwise, they won't be taken into account. So you take a look at what you've done. The maps are correctly filled in, etc. Those dossiers are all there. Once this is done, you either click on save or cancel, depending on what you have found, and then you click on submit over here. And what this does is that it sends the data to Susan, who will in turn look at all what you've done. And she will be able to send it back to you if she finds something wrong. And so will we. So after Susan validates in turn, she'll send it to us, we'll check it, and we will also be able to send it back to see something weird or that we don't understand. So try and be thorough. The best thing is to be thorough when initially entering the data, so you don't go crazy after that. I didn't click on submit yet because I want to show you another thing. There is also a faster way to do the validation process, and which is, you see down here in your election, and this is especially useful if you do the validation at the end of the whole work. You have a special page where you can see that all the data that is awaiting submission. So if you click on this button here, it opens up a page where you see all the data, no matter what type of data it is. You see there's observation, E is interview data, A is archival data. So it's all mixed up here. And from here, you can either view it, edit it, or submit it. And so at the end of the campaign, you will have all your data entries in this page, all the ones you haven't submitted yet. And you will be able to go through them one by one and send them to Susan and submit them to Susan. Is this clear to you?
Yeah.
Okay. In this page, you will also see the data that Susan sends back to you. And you will see it in red. It will be highlighted. And there will be a comment by Susan, possibly if the mistake or imperfection is visible to her, she will write, when did this happen? Or you haven't filled in the date, or I can't understand, I don't know, why did you involve in William Ruto, etc., etc. Okay, so I can't show you this yet, but it will be pretty clear once you'll see them. We're going to be in red. Hopefully, there's not going to be much of this back and forth because you're all pretty smart and it's going to work well. But I just wanted to know. I think that's it, more or less. Do you have any questions about what we said today, about the interviews, their analysis? Okay, sounds like you don't. There is obviously also part about data validation in our research manual. To finish my guided tour of the help section, there is also a page with videos. I already told you this, but I encourage you to use them because your first missions will possibly take place in maybe 2 weeks or so. So you might, forget some of what was said, something of what was said. So I have created specific videos for each mode of data entry. They're not too long. It's better than I thought. So you got 20 minutes for mission observation, 30 minutes for interview data. Using the maps, this is only available in French. I still haven't done this in English. I'll try to do it soon. And also data submission and validation doesn't have an English version. I will try to record them as soon as my voice is back. Because so far we have only worked in Francophone countries since we have added the data validation feature. So I didn't feel compelled to create an English version, but I will. By the way, this year is also the first time we're using EleQta in Portuguese, which is going to be a particular challenge with Angola. Next week, we'll meet your colleagues on remote, unfortunately, and all the briefing sessions with them. My Portuguese is very bad, but then EleQta also exists in Portuguese, including the research manual, etc. Not the videos yet. See if I can manage to translate them, but I'm also counting on YouTube's subtitle, automatic subtitle feature, which is a good thing. Okay, guys. Unless you have any questions or remark, I think we can say we're done for today. Do you have anything you want to deepen or understand better?
Okay.
I think the understanding better part now will come when you're doing it practically. See the exercise you're going to do tomorrow. So it will help. That's the one that will
Yes.
help cement it a bit, yeah. But
Yes.
so far, so good, yeah.
There's news, guys. Sorry, I just saw. Because Susan, I don't know if she mentioned this to you. We just found out that the room you're in has to be paid for. So it's a weird surprise. To be honest, to say this among us, I don't think I'm going to pay for this charge because it's not fair to tell someone this is for free and then you have to pay. But still, the news is that tomorrow we will hold a briefing session in Dominique's bureau at the IRD, which is in the same complex. It will save us 1 day of room usage. So I just saw her. She just wrote to me that she's waiting for you at her office. She asked me to verify if everything works, but I think they have an internet connection there. We don't need, I guess you have a big screen there or a projector or something, but as you see, we don't really need that so much. If you bring your laptops, everybody is going to be connected to the meeting. And since tomorrow we're going to do basically exercise, that's anyway, the main way we're going to work is not with having me on the main screen, but by just alternately sharing our screens and doing the exercise progressively. So tomorrow you have to go to the IRD. Do you know where that is?
It's the same facility. What the place is IRD is being hosted by EleQta. So
Okay.
every person has their own office.
All right. I will give a call to Dominique. Let me see if I have her number. Because I just want to make sure. Or is there any way you can stop by and see her rapidly, Susan, right now?
Yeah, I can do that right now.
That would be perfect because I see I don't have her phone number. And just to confirm that you will be there tomorrow at 9
Okay.
and you know, well, the only thing you need is an internet connection, which I'm pretty much giving for granted, but just ask her if it's okay. And and as soon as you have this information, please send me a confirmation, or you can also give me a quick call when you're with her over WhatsApp, so I can also talk to her. I was very soft with her. I said, you know, I understand because it doesn't come from her. This thing, I guess there must be some kind of friction between Ikraf ARD, who is managing the room, because otherwise this thing, they sent us a quote, you know, for the food. They sent us a quote for everything. So now this thing being charged $200 a day for the room is just out of the blue like this. I think there must be some little game going on there. So anyway, Dominique says you're welcome tomorrow to come to my room. She asked us to do this. So you tell her, because she also wrote me, she proposed to start this afternoon to do this. I am afraid that it's her IRD that will have to pay for this money for now, as long as we don't create a budget line within our project to send the money to her. So it is in her interest that we save money for tomorrow. She said, let's start this afternoon so we can save money this afternoon. But then she wrote again to say we cannot cancel for the afternoon. So go see her, Susan, and tell her that I just saw her emails. And luckily enough, this afternoon was already, you know, impossible to cancel. So you stayed in the room, but tomorrow should be canceled and you're gonna go to her office. If she's not there anymore, you just let me know and I'll try to reach her some in a different way.
I'm sure Angela will assist with that.
Yes, of course, of course. So go see if either one of Dominique or Angela is there. Tell them yes, tomorrow we're going to be in the IRD and okay.
Okay, let me do that.
I'm writing her an email right now to tell her I just saw her messages.
Pietro,
Yes,
we're done, yeah?
sorry?
Oh, we're done for the day?
Yes, we're done for today. Yes. You can go, guys. I'll take care of these details with Susan. But please make sure that you know where you have to go tomorrow. You know where it is. I think it's the same building. I don't know because I've never been there. So just make sure you know where it is. And
So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
yes,
Okay,
thanks.
sir.
See you tomorrow. You don't have problems about the location.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
So.
Pietro?
Yes,
Also, I've seen the office.
yes.
It's big enough. So what we need is just our devices, and then we will each and every one of us will log into the meeting.
Okay.
And the internet is still the same one, so it will be there.
Ah, okay. So we will still have the same meeting code.
Yes, same meeting code. It's not
Okay,
changed.
great. Because one thing I was wondering is, we have to try and get the recordings.
I think that they are being saved in the cloud, so the IT guys have to give Angela.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's also do that. Well, anyway, it's not a big deal. We have all the videos, etc. I will also see if there's any way I can download these recordings myself. We can maybe switch back to. Okay, so good. I just sent an email to Dominique thanking her and
Yeah, just
and-
thank her for everything because it's enough. The room is if we had known that we have used her room.
yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's see how this goes. Thank you guys, and thank you also, Susan, for taking charge of this little surprise. Wow, I thought they were organized. They look organized, but no, it's typical. Okay. So yeah, we're good. We'll resume everything tomorrow. We'll just do exercise. We'll try to finalize the plot ideas and then present them to Remy, who's still not sure about what time you'll be able to connect to us. It's election, it's campaign time in Congo Brazzaville, so he's having a lot of problems with the internet. Let's hope he makes it, and if not, we're just gonna have to approve the hypothesis ourselves, which is even better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bye, girls.
All
Bye,
right, see
Jackie.
you tomorrow.
Bye, Susan.
Bye.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.